Can I take the floor, or does Clara want to go?
Fine, either way.
Okay, I don't really care if you want to go or whatever you want to do.
Danica, you're first on my list. Will you go first?
Hi. Can I take a second to set up, please? Okay.
And I'm sorry, Danica, will you tell me how long is this event supposed to be?
I've gotten 8 minutes to time
Okay.
for 8 minutes so far, so.
Cool. Okay.
1 second.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a maximum of 8, right? Am I remembering right?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I haven't judged in a long time, so.
Oh, it's totally fine. Awesome. Can you hear me from this distance? Okay, awesome. I can see the timer. Is everything good on your end?
Yeah, actually, I just realized I'm going to grab a cord for my headphones. Just said battery low, so that would be terrible timing right in the middle of your piece here. Let me grab a cord.
Take your time. I'm in no rush.
Where are you? All right, my apologies. I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Hello, my name is Danica Majeski. I'll be doing a piece called Crazy Glue by Joseph Arnott. Please pick up, please. Allison! Oh God. It's me, Linda. I glued my hand to my cheek. Yeah. I'm walking around the house like a complete idiot, and I have tried everything. Nothing has worked to get my hand off my cheek. I crazy glued myself to myself. I was fixing a chair that my Aunt Fran said. You know, the one she broke with her fat ass. The one-in-one. My grandmother gave me that chair. So I decided to fix it. glue didn't seem to be working, so I crazy glued it. I was lying down underneath the chair, gluing the entire bottom half of the seat, when I noticed cracks. These small cracks, and I thought, why not just cover the whole bottom with glue so it'll be stronger and last longer? But then the chair came apart. The seat landed on my cheek. I tried to put my hands up to protect myself, but it was too late. Yeah, my hand was glued to my cheek. It all happened so fast. What am I gonna do? I've been walking around the house like a complete ass, and I have tried everything. I've tried soap, detergent, nail polish remover, Febreze, Windex, vodka, toilet bowl cleaner, Pine Sol, and Pledge. Nothing has worked. Oh, and my face looks swollen. Every time I try to pull my hand off my cheek, it's like the skin wants to come with it or something. Ow, ow, ow. My eye keeps burning and tearing. I think I may go blind now, because now I'm walking around the house with one eye and one arm. What am I gonna do? Allison? Allison, hello? Allison, are you there? Allison? Allison? Are you laughing at me? You're laughing. You're laughing at me. You bitch. My hand is glued to my cheek. I may go blind, and you're laughing at me. Ha ha ha, very funny. I don't want to laugh right now. I just want to get my hand off my cheek. I'm too embarrassed to head out in public. Too scared to call the hardware store. Can you please come over or call the hardware store for me? Please. You will? Oh, thank God. Please hurry, Allison. I'm beginning to feel faint. Thank you. Thanks for judging.
Hello, are you ready? Or
Yeah. Nope, I can hear you.
You're able to hear me well? And would you like to restart the timer, or are you timing on your own?
I would love to start the timer again.
Hello, my name is Mason Nelson, and this is How to Say It by Beth Stillman. I know what happens after you die. I take your family into a room with a box of Kleenex, and I say the word dead. Not expired, because you were a person, not a carton of milk. And not passed on, because families always want to believe that passed on just means that you were passed on or transported to another hospital. Dead. I have to say it. That's how they really teach you in medical training about how to deliver bad news. A 1-hour lecture, by the way. So we learned by watching our teaching physicians. We were sort of their constant audience in the theater of the bereaved, lurking near hallways, doorways, family rooms in the ER, anywhere we could soak up any ounce of information about how to deliver bad news. And in medical school, they don't really teach you about death either. Yes, sure, they'll teach you how to prevent it, how to fight it, how to deal with it, how to say it, but not how to face it. And so, on one of my first nights as a teaching physician, we were working on the body of a 16-year-old boy with 8 bullet wounds in his chest and abdomen. We feel almost angry at his body. Is he bleeding? Is he breathing? Is his heart beating? For Christ's sake! I plunge a large breathing tube that goes down his throat, 2 large bore IVs, one goes into each arm, and I take an even larger one which goes into the groin as you try to pump 2 units of type O negative blood, trying to replace what this young man has lost. But no matter how fast we work, we just can't work fast enough. And then the shrill shriek whine of the monitor meant to alert us when the patient is crashing, which we already know, so it feels less like a warning and more like a rebuke screaming in my ears. First, we lose his blood pressure, then his pulse, but he is 16, so I decide to perform a trauma Hail Mary, taking a 15 blade and cutting all the way from the nipple down to the bed, taking the scissors and cutting between the intercostal muscles. And then finally, I take the rib spreaders, push them between his ribs and crack it open. It's like the moment after a lightning strike. Silent. Even his blood smells metallic. And I plunge my hand into his chest and start pumping his heart for him. I stretch my fingers down the length of his aorta, trying to feel for damage, but it is so frayed with bullet holes that it disintegrates in my hand. I remember the first time I had to be the one to break bad news to someone. We had to do it in the patient's room because his adult daughter refused to leave his bedside. I'm sorry. He's dead. We did everything we could. After that, I was supposed to give her a moment alone, but I was stood there, frozen, paralyzed by a sense of fear, failure, loss, wondering, what would I do if that was my father? What would I do if the one I loved was lying on that table, dead? What would I do then? My teaching physician at the time realized what was happening and dragged me out of the room. I remember exactly what she said. Don't ever do that again. Don't pretend that grief is yours when it's not. Don't pretend you're her. If it's not the person you love standing or lying on that table, say you're sorry, mean it, and walk away. I look up and see my own audience has formed, watching me to see what I would do next. And in front of me is a 16-year-old boy. A 16-year-old corpse with a giant hole in his chest, and his family is going to be here soon. So I turn to the head surgeon and say, as fast as you can, you have to close this boy up. And not even 10 minutes later, we hear a woman demanding to be let in, but we are not ready. We are still shoving sheets, surgical equipment, gauze, all into garbage bags. Security tries to keep her out, but she is a tsunamic force demanding to be let in. And then we see a woman standing at the entrance, clearly his mother. I'm sorry. He's dead. We did everything we could. She takes a running leap towards her son. And luckily, the head surgeon, the nurse at the head of the bed, notices a large needle still in this boy, holding him together, and plucks it off just before his mother lands atop his body. She starts keening. It's a terrible sound. I'm sorry. He's dead. We did everything we could. Her body falls limp, and she grabs her dead son's fingers, pressing them to her lips, then her cheek. I leave as soon as social services arrive, motioning for the others to follow. Maybe that's what they learned from watching me. How to walk away. And without a moment's notice, I am going to the next room because I know that there are 40 different patients out in the waiting room, all demanding immediate medical attention. And none of them can know I still feel the heart of this 16-year-old dead boy in my hand, weighing me down like an anchor. But I know, if I don't put this grief down, I may never remember that this loss does not belong to me. One day, grief will be mine, but not tonight. Thank you.
I'm just gonna set up the camera real quick. Make sure it's the one.
Avoided had we had a more efficient system. I lived many years feeling ashamed and alienated by my family situation. Now I'm giving up my privacy and all psychological shields because it wasn't just me living this reality. It is thousands of other people in need of a voice. Despite living the truth of our inefficient system, I'm hopeful this problem can be solved. We need to reach out to our legislature. We need to find another way to fund the system other than the federal funding, which does not fully cover the cost of foster care. We need to show support to our misused and abused social workers. You can help initiate change. Your voice matters. When 500,000 children in America are being failed, we need to find another way to do things because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Man, these kids are good. Dang.
Did you have a conclusion? Was that the conclusion? I didn't hear her.
Oh.
Well, I heard her say finally, so maybe that was a conclusion, I guess.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, let me get my timer here. Okay, ready whenever you are.
Okay, thank you. Genetics, it's a fascinating subject, the coding of our anatomy. Yet something so minuscule, so infinitely small and naked to our eye, holds the key to our physical, cognitive, and emotional fate. How much information or emotions we can process, how short or tall we can be, whether we'll be able for this world. All of it relies on genetic coding, DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid. Hello, this is Sarah Yu, and my topic is gene editing for today. We have no control over the chromosomes that are passed from our parents that we inherit. We don't have a choice over color of our eyes, our aesthetic or homely facial features, whether we'll inherit a disease or depression. But society has found a loophole in nature's clause. Why? To have some semblance of control over what we do not have. To have an answer for the ugly we want to hide. The ugly meaning anything and everything we find imperfect with our genes. The loophole is money. How? Plastic surgery for our homely faces. Investing in others to teach us skills that don't come innately. Getting someone else to pad your child's college application and essays. Or how about paying $1 million buildings so your child can just happen to get into good university? These are the aspects that we do have control over, that is if you could afford to. If not, you must deal with the random genetic cards that is given to you. That is your hand. However, science and technology has gone so far in advance that society now has a chance to control over what nature deemed they cannot. Genetics. Imagine a world where you did have a choice in your genetic code. You could handpick the best, the creme de la creme of your ancestor chromosomes, and literally be the best version of yourself. But at what cost? If you could see a picture of my parents, you would think, why him with her? My mom is on the thinner side and my dad is on the fluffier side. You could even call him buff. I see some muscles hiding under there. And while my mom is artistic, she has no athletic ability. My dad, on the other hand, has incredible hand-eye coordination, meaning he's pretty decent in sports. My mom once told me that she would have a conversation with my dad when I was in the womb. Honey, I hope our daughter will be skinny like me and athletic like you. No offense. They have a lovely relationship, by the way. But take a look at me. Can you see I got the last laugh? Yes, I have my father's physiques. His powerful arms went through me. But I ended up getting my mom's artistic ability, not my dad's soccer skill. Maybe my mom shouldn't have said anything. However, imagine my mom and dad flipping through our catalog. It's the catalog of their dominant and recessive gene combined. They casually talk to each other about their firstborn and pick like it's a menu for me to have my mom's physiques, her artistic ability, my dad's soccer skills, my great aunt's cognitive abilities, absolutely no extra chromosomes or disabilities, and why the heck not, throw my dad's powerful arms. But they can't. Why? Because they would never be able to afford it. DNA is a self-replicating material present in all living organisms as the carrier of genetic coding and the long-term storage of information. It contains the instruction needed for an organism to evolve, preserve, and continue its legacy through offspring. Cluster regularly interspaced short palindrome repeat, or CRISPR in short, is the segment of DNA that contains a parted sequence of protein. Along with enzyme Cas9, CRISPR essentially cuts the segment of DNA, which allows scientists to then input other parts of DNA, which is basically replacing DNA coding or set of instructions. CRISPR was first recorded in 1993 by Francisco Mojica, a researcher in Spain. In 2005, Alexander Bulletin discovered Cas9 in France. Though it hasn't been long, the scientific community began to find workaround issues caused by CRISPR. Sometimes the gene editing method will alter genomes completely, cause unwanted deletions, turn off genes, not be short enough to cut through cell membranes, cause rejection of divergent DNA, or missing cut the wrong place entirely. In 2019, the world became one step closer to making science fiction a reality when the Chinese scientist named He Jiankui created the world's first known gene-edited human being. Lulu and Nana were born prematurely in 2018. Jiankui was condemned by international scientific community, fined and served a 3-year prison sentence. During his presentation about his successful experiment, he said, "Do you see your relatives or friends who may have disease? They need help." Lulu and Nana were conceived via in vitro fertilization from an HIV-negative mother and an HIV-positive father, so they would have innate resistance to an HIV infection. All parties agreed to secrecy from the beginning of the birth. There were 6 more couples that had fertility issues involved in the experiment. In August 2019, the 3rd confirmed the gene-edited child was born. Did He Jiankui go about this experiment from goodness of his heart, or was it to create a legend of mad scientist to write his name into history as the first of new breed of human being, or was it for fame and fortune to come? Did this interfile couple volunteers knowing what was at stake, or did they not care because they had money to hide their ugly inside, the imperfections? This is how it begins, with good intention, with pipe dreams, no more age and HIV. Children born without physical deformities or cognitive delays. If they have precursor for anxiety, mental illness, or depression, snip, snip, and it's gone. How about immunity of any type of flu or common cold, so they won't ever have to worry about new virus like coronavirus? And here is one that everyone can agree on, the one disease that doesn't discriminate. Wouldn't you like to be cancer just disseminated? Wouldn't it be wonderful to have all those people back? But who will pay for CRISPR? It is estimated to cost well over $750,000 up to $1.5 million and counting. Who has that much extra cash lying around so they can afford for gene therapy? Ladies and gentlemen, Upper Asian can. And not only did they meet the stipulates to live longer and further with disease, the sheer expense of the procedures will widen the already substantial gap between upper and middle lower class. How? The introduction of better humans. Designer babies, engineered babies. Never sick, never poor, but best of all, tallest, prettiest, athletic, talented human money can buy. The perfect human being. Diversity will have new meaning and new social class can emerge. The repercussion for gene editing will start slow and unseen, much like mutation of cells. It will not impact society until it does. An accidental error for irritating illness could give rise to some new form of illness, something they may not be aware of how to treat. Scientists and parents might remove certain genes from baby that could have been good for baby's overall development and growth. There is also a question of disconforming term of three-parent baby when DNA from third party is implanted into healthy embryo. An ethical implication in having right to change person's DNA even before they are born or old enough to give consent could lead to new laws for the entire world. Dr. Levowski, the executive director for Center of Genetics in California, asks, we have to ask where the stopping point is. The policy discussion includes a much broader range of voices than just scientists. History proofs are rich and affluent, shape the direction of our laws, traditions, and culture. Right now, we have no choice in the matter. The future of research and science have already taken first step. BGI, a nonprofit institution in China and the largest genomic research institution in the world, is leading the world into genomic research and development. What may begin in research for prevention of disease will inevitably result in affluent engineering to children. Society will adopt to this policy relatively well. Nick Vujicic, a man born with a torso and chicken leg, his words has given many people hope to stand up in later life. He once said, children with disabilities and deformities are also children of God, not a curse but an opportunity. Who are we to say someone is imperfect? Who are we to judge someone's ugliness? What would you do if given a chance? Would you change the core essence of what makes you, you? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi. Judge and timer ready?
I am ready.
Okay. Acts 4:33. With great power, the apostles continued to testify to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ. Hi, my name is Caleb, and I believe in the resurrection theory the apologetics theory of resurrection. So what is apologetics? Apologetics is the logic-based argument in favor of Christianity. And resurrection theory is the argument that the resurrection did happen, and so thus Christianity is correct. So what are the different arguments against resurrection theory? Well, there are primarily three. The swoon theory, that Jesus never actually died. Two, the hallucination theory, that it was all just hallucinations after that, and nobody actually saw him after his death. And 3, the conspiracy theory, that it was all just one giant conspiracy, and that nobody actually saw him. The first one, the swoon theory. The swoon theory is that the problem with the swoon theory is that when Jesus was hung on the cross, the Roman soldiers took spears and they stabbed him. And they stabbed him because they needed to make sure that he was dead. If he was not dead, then the Roman soldiers themselves would have been killed. They needed to make sure that he would die on that cross. The other theory, the hallucination theory. This is a theory that after that, all that everyone was seeing was just hallucinations. 500 people who saw Jesus after his death were all just hallucinating. But the problem with that theory is hallucinations can't eat. Luke 24, 42 through 43 states, they took a piece of broiled fish and they gave it to him. And Jesus took it and ate it before them. A hallucination simply cannot eat. The Roman soldiers throughout this whole time were watching to make sure and were trying to find a hole in what had happened, to try and disprove what they saw before their eyes, but they simply couldn't. The third theory is the conspiracy theory, that everyone who did see it was all just lying. However, this couldn't be true, because with everyone spreading out all across the world, from India to Europe to Africa, they were traveling into these areas and testifying to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ. However, if this wasn't true, then one of the apostles, at some point would have said that as they were being beaten and tortured and killed. And all they would have had to say is simply, the resurrection did not happen. But they didn't. They continued to testify to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you. I believe in the resurrection, and with that I stand down.
Thank you.
When players go into their games feeling optimistic and confident, rather than focusing on all the things they shouldn't do, performance drastically improves, all because of the words they have rehearsed with their coaches. My thinking is a choice. We choose how we respond to stimulation coming in through our sensory systems at any moment. According to Jill Bolt-Taylor, PhD, a neuroanatomist, our systems of emotional programs are triggered automatically. But it takes only 90 seconds for one of these programs to be triggered, surge through our bodies, and then be completely flushed out of our bloodstreams. For example, my response to failure is a programmed response. Once triggered, it takes only 90 seconds to run its course. After this experience, if I'm still living that emotion, it is because I have agreed with it and then allowed it to continue. But we have the power to say no, to interrupt the thoughts that create those destructive brain highways leading to more serious mental illnesses, such as depression, eating disorders, self-harm, and OCD. There is much at stake if we do not take action to reverse these patterns. When we learn to change our self-talk, we will change our views of our own potentials. And when we project our views into thinking, believing, and imagining beyond the boundaries that we set for ourselves, we will change our quality of life.
Thank you so much for that speech.
Yes, thank you for judging.
And good luck with the rest of the competition. And I think my next competitor would be Mary Kim.
I believe you may have heard me speak before, so I'm sorry if any of this gets repetitive.
No worries, that's what tournaments are.
Yeah.
I'm-
I can put the title of my speech in the chat.
Of
The solution
course.
that worked so well, it failed.
So whenever you're ready to begin your speech, you're more than welcome to, and if you'd like, you can also time yourself.
All right, my phone's at the side over here, so I'll be doing that. All right. Okay. Again, I'm sorry if this gets boring in any way. I hope it doesn't. But
No, it's fine.
Yeah. All right. This one is dedicated to O'Malley Elementary School. I hope you're a better place now. When I was just 6 and my sister 5, my family moved to the south side of Anchorage with nicer houses, nicer neighborhoods. And my sister and I began to attend our brand new school, O'Malley Elementary, home of the Malamutes. Now, the thing to know about O'Malley Elementary is that most of the kids that attended O'Malley lived on the south side of Anchorage, like myself. And the thing to know about the south side of Anchorage is that the majority of the people that live here were upper class, wealthy, white families. Now, as you can see, I am not one of those. Quite the opposite, actually. O'Malley was filled with this huge white majority. I could count the amount of kids that weren't white on my 2 hands. Now, as you can imagine, this had significant impacts on how I saw myself as a child. I had no classmates that looked like me. I remember looking in the mirrors in 2nd grade and thinking, I guess my eyes are smaller than normal, because the normal was all the white kids around me. The feeling of ostracization, just sticking out like a sore thumb from the rest, just grew as I got older. I remember thinking maybe if my hair was a little lighter, maybe if my hair were bigger, maybe if my lunches weren't so smelly, then maybe if I was just white, then more people would like me. And as I was reminiscing these not so fond childhood memories, I realized the startling fact that I genuinely believed I was ugly because I looked different, because I was Asian. Looking back at it now, I now know that this is a very unhealthy place emotionally. 8-year-olds aren't supposed to think their faces are ugly. 9-year-olds aren't supposed to wish they're a different race. Children aren't supposed to hate themselves for something they are. If I was still in that same environment, filled with so many kids that didn't look like me, or any different kids in general, I think I would be in a bad place mentally today. And sometimes when I see groups of friends, groups of kids at a school or just anywhere in general, where there's a majority of one ethnicity, typically white, and just a single kid in another, I wonder, do they wish they were white too? Just like how I did when I was in elementary school? And 9 times out of 10, I can bet I know the answer. Today, I want to talk about this diversity problem in our schools and how people, specifically kids, need that experience of being around others that both look like them and don't look like them. Our schools still have issues with diversity today. According to the American Sociological Review, scientists have found data shows that segregation is actually becoming more pronounced in American neighborhoods. Shortly after the ruling of desegregation in schools, you can see data points of diversity in most regions of the United States will go up and actually improve for a relatively short period of time before peaking and beginning this natural decline into resegregation. For many reasons, such as the phenomenon of white flight or redlining, schools were becoming more segregated. When young kids aren't exposed and educated, racial biases of entire stereotypes of entire ethnic groups can happen so easily. Diversity is also key in the funding and socioeconomic backgrounds of schools. To put it bluntly, richer families tend to be white, and this can change the entire economic status of a school depending on how many people of each race there is. More white, wealthy parents are able to put more time, effort, and volunteering into these schools. A very real example of this is our own South Anchorage High School. South undoubtedly has the highest percentage of white students in Anchorage. On the surface level, South is very similar to other schools with a good amount of AP classes and sports and other opportunities, but it doesn't seem to have anything special. In fact, it could be considered lacking compared to high schools in Anchorage with different programs, like the seminar classes you can only take at Service High School, or the International Baccalaureate program and diploma that students can only get at West High School. Yet South High School is still ranked the #1 high school in all of Anchorage, and definitely one of the top in all of Alaska. This ultimately makes sense. The majority of the kids that go to South come from families from these well-off backgrounds that can afford to put extra dollars into their kids' schools and spend time in making sure that their kids receive the best teachers and the best education. Even in Anchorage, considered one of the most diverse cities in the entire country, you can still see the effects of racial disparities in our own education. And as you grow to lower levels of school, specifically elementary schools like my own, you can see this really natural separation of different races, or a literal segregation. Ultimately, diversifying would likely not only provide kids with this experience of different people, but also improve many schools' education itself. But enough about the benefits of diversity. I'm sure you already know and believe that diversity is good. The real question comes down to, how do we integrate this diversity into our own schools? There are many possible solutions for integration, like redrawing boundary lines, providing housing vouchers, or magnet schools. But the thing we're focusing on today is a solution that worked so well it failed. Busing is the practice of transporting students to schools with buses. In my speech specifically, I'll be talking about desegregation busing, or busing kids specifically outside their boundary school and even to different districts, specifically for desegregating and diversifying. As a brief context, desegregation busing really began in the 1954 landmark Supreme Court case, Brown versus the Board of Education, which unanimously ruled racially segregated schools as unconstitutional. This began efforts into desegregating schools because it was basically illegal now, and led to desegregation busing, which would take mostly Black and Latino students to white schools and bring white students to schools made up of minorities. The program was devised to create more diverse classrooms and close achievement and opportunity gaps. And for the most part, it worked. Busing would be extraordinarily successful in the South. In 1964, only 10 years after Brown versus the Board of Education, only 2% of Black kids in the South attended schools with white kids. By 1972, the number had grown to nearly 50%. This is because of this 10-year period of really serious core intervention and federal enforcement of busing. The South had become from one of the most intersegregated regions of the country to one of the rated, which it still is today. So why did busing stop? Busing would cause violent riots from white families who would beat children and civil rights activists and threaten parents who even thought about signing their names on lawsuits against schools for not complying with Brown versus the Board of Education. On the other side of the country, northern states initially liked the Brown ruling. They thought it was about time the South respected their Black citizens like they did, but pulled a 180 when they realized that integration has to be implemented into their own communities as well. Compared to Southerners and their arguments specifically about desegregation and anti-racism, Northerners took different approaches and began to specifically focus on rejecting busing rather than integration. Parents argued that they simply just didn't want their kids attending schools so far outside of their neighborhoods or using the school bus. But these in reality just covered the racist ideals on rejecting diversification they had. You could consider this the educational version of arguing that the Civil War was about states' rights rather than slavery. People had and still uphold racist practices and systems while arguing that race has nothing to do with it. Ultimately, white Americans opposed busing specifically because it was so immediately effective in desegregating schools. You could see the results immediately. The General Education Provisions Act of 1974 would deal a huge blow, prohibiting federally appropriated funds for busing. Basically, busing was the solution that worked so well it had to be stopped, and was stopped. But saying that busing failed isn't quite accurate. Busing undoubtedly worked in the South, which you can still see today, and in several cities across the entire nation. Volunteer busing would also still be used in many school districts, like Berkeley, California, where a kindergartner named Kamala Harris would bus to a school outside of her neighborhood. So what about busing today? There are several pieces of evidence suggesting that busing today would be much better than our past. My personal favorite being the fact that people are just a little bit less racist today. Segregationist isn't a common political title like it was in the 50s. Black students go to the same school as white students, go to the same school as Asian kids, and so on. In fact, it's kind of weird when they don't. And although we have so much room for improving our education system, we also have this really bright hope for integrating this system without all the violent protests and disapproval it had in our history. The American people may have failed busing in the past, but that doesn't mean we can't or shouldn't create busing for the future that's specifically made for our modern times. Busing is one tried and true method of creating environments of not only diversity, but inclusivity, where every child, no matter their ethnicity, background, religion, gender, or race, can have someone there, someone that I didn't have, to tell them that they're beautiful in their own unique, special way. I hope that one day when another little girl goes to her first day at a brand new school, maybe in her neighborhood, maybe outside of her neighborhood, she can arrive in this classroom full of kids from every background that both look like her and don't look like her. And she can understand that everyone around her, every different kid is beautiful, and she's beautiful too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for judging.
And time on that was about 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have one final speaker. Kleinschmidt.
Hi.
Hello, I'll just fill out a bit for my ballot and I'll be right with you.
Okay, sounds good. I'll put my title of the speech in the chat.
There we are. And I have the topic as my beef with beef.
Yep.
I'll set a timer at the top of the screen for 10 minutes, but if you'd like to time yourself as well, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, thank you.
You can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Everybody knows the song Old MacDonald, right? But in case you don't, I'll start it off for you. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm, there were some cows, E-I-E-I-O. With a moo-moo here and a moo-moo there, here a moo, there a moo, everywhere a moo-moo. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Now, the song continues through a series of other animals, but for today's purposes, I'm going to stop with the cows. How are those cows, and how is their life? And arguably, more important, how will it impact your life? Hi, my name is Melanie Kleinschmidt, and today I'm going to be explaining my beef with beef and why I believe you should have one too. So currently, the world is consuming beef at an unsustainable rate. And if we continue on the path that we're heading down today, you, future generations, and the world you live on will all face the consequences. So let's take it back to Mr. Old MacDonald's farm, where the problem all begins. The first problem with beef is the animal cruelty involved. So these cows that would normally be living 18 to 22 years are now having their lives shortened to 3 years, and oftentimes these 3 years are quite miserable. Now, I'm going to stop on that topic because I'm sure you don't want to hear me preach about how your food that you're eating has lived an awful life, and PETA does a fantastic job doing that for me. So I'll move on to my next problem, which is the amount of resources that beef takes. So with livestock, you have to grow the crops to feed them, and then you have to house them. And this usually goes on for multiple years because you have to let these animals reach some level of maturity. Now, with plant products, all you have to do is grow the plants, and then you can eat them. Now, you may argue with livestock, this goes for all livestock. You have to feed and house all of them, but cows are specifically resource needy. And the reason for this is because they're quite large. I mean, if you've ever seen a cow, they're quite big animals. Now, to help explain this better, here's a breakdown of NPR of what resources go into making 1 1/4 pound hamburger. So in 1 1/4 pound hamburger, it takes 6.7 pounds of grain and forage for feeding the cow, 52.8 gallons of water for crop irrigation and drinking, 74.5 square feet of land for the cows to live on, and probably crop growing, and enough power to power a microwave for 18 whole minutes. Now, it only takes about 5 minutes to microwave a whole potato, so you can microwave more than 3 potatoes, and with the same amount of energy it takes to make 1 1/4 pound hamburger. Now, reminder, this is just for 1 1/4 pound hamburger. So every time you go through that drive-through and you're like, yeah, let's get that 1/4 pound hamburger, you're spending all these resources on just the patty. Now, let's take a whole cow, for example. A whole cow will weigh around 430 pounds about after slaughter and process. And that much meat will make about 1,760 hamburgers. Now, time for some math, and I apologize for those of you who don't like math, but if you take 1,720 and you multiply it by the resources listed for 1 1/4 pound hamburger, that's about 5 tons of food, 3.5 acres of land for these cows to be living on, enough water to fill 2,160 bathtubs full of water, and enough power to power up a microwave for 40,000 minutes. That's a long time to be microwaving something. Now, this is just for one cow, and in the world in 2019, there was 989 million cows. That's a lot of cows that need a lot of resources, and I'm not going to do the math on that one, but I'm sure you can tell that's an insane amount of resources. Now, you may be thinking, wait a sec, that's a lot of resources, but I really don't care. I mean, I'm sure plenty of you like the numerous beef dishes that aren't just hamburgers, or you may like hamburgers too. But that's where I'd like you to reconsider. Eating too much beef would certainly be a mistake. This is because a number of reasons. Number one, being your health. So in an article by the Mayo Clinic, it states that high consumptions of beef lead to an increased risk of heart failure, stroke, and diabetes, all of which aren't great things. The next way that beef isn't good for you is a little bit less direct, but it's still important nonetheless. It's the environment. So you may hear a lot about global warming and the greenhouse gases that help speed it up. Cows make up 2% of the United States greenhouse gas emissions. And this is just beef cattle. This isn't just your hanging out cattle or your dairy cattle. It's just your beef cattle. And as a reference, the United States agricultural greenhouse gas input is only about 10% of its total. So 1/5 of that is just from beef cattle. That's a huge and insane amount. And the final way that beef is not good for you is the population is constantly expanding. And with the constant expansion comes the need to feed all these people, right? Well, 50% of the habitable land is being taken up by agriculture. And 77% of that is from livestock. Now, livestock only makes up about 18% of the caloric intake of the world. So this is a really inefficient way of feeding the world when plant-based items are so much quicker and there's so much less space that they take up and they feed so many more people. I understand that you may not want to give up beef entirely, and that's okay. But your consumption rates do need to go down. For example, if you have beef multiple times a week, you might reduce it to one and make whole grains, vegetables, beans, legumes the star of your dish rather than the beef. There are plenty of ways to get sufficient nutrients without having beef in your diet. For example, if you take a combination of any of the two of beans, whole grains, or vegetables, you'll have all the amino acids that make up a protein. So that protein that you're missing out on from the beef, you've now made up through your other food. Additionally, beef tends to be a lot more cost-friendly. So if you're looking to save some money, cutting out beef from your diet is a great option because vegetables and whole grains are a lot cheaper than beef. I've learned that personally as I started grocery shopping more. Many people nowadays become flexitarians, and flexitarian refers to someone who still eats meat but does so in reduced amounts. I mean, if you're already eating vegetables and whole grains and beans and such, which I really hope you are because they're good for you, why not just eat more and save your health in the future? In the end, the key takeaway from this speech is that I urge you to eat less beef. I chose specifically to focus on beef today because it's the most harmful of the commercial of the animal industry to you and the world. Expand your horizons to new foods. Old MacDonald has so much more to offer than just his cows. Try new foods, not just for your want, but because the stakes are high. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that speech. And time on that was about 7 minutes and 28 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you for judging. Have a good day.
Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Kyle, is this round done?
Yes, it is. I'm typing out the ballot.
No problem. Just wanted to make sure it was done.
Okay. Do you need me for another round?
All right, I've never. You guys. Yeah, I've never judged XCOM before, so I'm gonna have to lean on you guys a little bit. So, Catherine, are you ready to roll?
Yeah. So it's 5 minutes, and I can tell you my topic. I had Kamala Harris. Do you want to time me, or should I time myself?
I can hit the timer, and you're welcome to time yourself too. It's all good.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay.
Think of the most influential people in history. The people who have created the greatest change, who have had the best ideas, been the smartest, been the most incredible leaders. You probably can't say much about their personality, about who they really were. You probably know what they did and what they're specifically remembered for, but when you think of them as a person, you don't know much beyond a little encyclopedia entry that you might have read in a textbook. The same holds true for influential American figures, particularly influential American women. Women like Amelia Earhart, Susan B. Anthony, Harriet Tubman. You probably can't talk about their mistakes. You can't talk about their likes and dislikes. You can only talk about the things that they did well. They've become symbols, larger than life, infallible, people who never made mistakes, who always knew exactly the right thing to say and the right thing to do. In America today, there's probably no woman more influential than Kamala Harris. She's currently the Vice President of the United States, and she's the first female Black Vice President. Kamala Harris has had a lot of firsts in her career. She was a Senator of California and the Attorney General, and she made an incredible number of reforms during her tenure there. But she also made a lot of mistakes. She argued against the death penalty while supporting it in court. She opposed certain prison reforms that might have helped thousands of people. Despite the many, many incredible things she did for drug offenses, for truancy, for reoffenders to help them, she's still remembered primarily for these mistakes in many publications. So the most important thing that Kamala Harris can teach us is that all of these influential people, all of these influential women, aren't just symbols. They're human. They make mistakes. They made wrong decisions. And the more we expect them not to, the more we expect them to be perfect, the more of a disservice we're doing to them, and the more of a disservice we're doing to ourselves. Now, the same is true for all politicians who are expected to never make mistakes, who will be quickly blamed and never reelected if they make a really big slip up or even a small one. Scandals and bad acts that they shouldn't have passed. But this holds especially true for women. Women are always expected to be smarter, to work harder, to have better ideas just to reach the same place that men do. And influential women are so often held to a higher standard. If Kamala Harris makes mistakes as vice president, it will be seen as reflective of all women and of all women of color. People will take it to mean, well, women shouldn't have positions of political power like that. They shouldn't have that kind of responsibility. It should go to a man. The more we try to make women into symbols, the more we try to talk about the most influential women and the incredible things we did, rather than remembering who they really were and the things that they really did, the more of a disservice we do to them. Kamala Harris certainly isn't alone in that, and history is filled with women like her who have made mistakes and who have been slandered for it. Catherine the Great, one of the greatest rulers of Russia, was posthumously defiled as someone who had dozens of lovers and never did anything for herself. Even during her own lifetime, Susan B. Anthony was hated for the fact that she said we should have a separation of church and state. Queen Nefertiti, one of the great Egyptian pharaohs, had almost every statue depicting her reign defaced after her death. All of these women were not flawless. All of them had character flaws. All of them made mistakes. But that didn't mean that they were any less great. But because they made mistakes, they're hated. They're treated badly. And we should learn from Kamala Harris and from these women that we just shouldn't do that we shouldn't do that disservice to ourselves and to them, that we should remember that nobody is infallible and that nobody is perfect. We should remember that everybody is human. Thank you.
Hi, do you need time to write anything down from the last speaker? I think you're muted.
Yeah, I sure was. Let me just really quick set the room timer, and then I'm good to go. I'll time this. You're welcome to time yourself as well. I know that sometimes it's a pain to not know.
All right, Judge, ready? Okay. Sacagawea, one of the most influential women of our Native American time. From a Native American town myself, I often heard about the stories of Sacagawea and often seen pictures of this tall, this beautiful, light-skinned girl with braids that went down past her back with a baby on her back as she traveled through with Lewis and Clark. This isn't exactly her story, and now we know that. We know that she wasn't exactly thin, she wasn't exactly tall, and she was only 16 with a kid on her back and wasn't exactly light-skinned. People drew this from people in Europe, which is from their white beauty standards of being tall, thin, graceful, at least for the women. The women were often depicted as needing to be thinner, needing to always be thinner, while the men needed to be stronger. However, people often think that this is the only beauty standard that we hold to ourselves, and that is what I'm here to bunk today. Hello, my name is Logan, and I'm here to tell you about Native American beauty standards and why we should just screw gender norms and screw the national beauty standard. Now, I'm from a Native American tribe myself. You probably can't tell because I am very white passing. However, I've been surrounded by my culture since I was a very, very young baby. And I grew up around these beauty standards. Women are held above all else. Women were the biggest parts of our village. Women do the family, did the gathering, did the sewing, did the teaching, did everything, while the men just went out and hunted. They held women, elders, and children above all respect and taught them everything they needed to know. And despite the white beauty standards we got after we were whitewashed, if you were dark and you were very strong and just very looking like you were not the smallest, it showed that you can hold your family well. You held your name nicely and you were confident in and of yourself. However, when we were whitewashed, we were taught that that's not beauty. Beauty is for the women to be small and dainty and for the men to be held above all else. And this is the gender norm that we follow today. Honestly, I hate it. I've always hated gender norms. My teeth aren't straight. I'm not small, and I figured out that I exactly wasn't a girl since I was 13. It honestly was a very big thing for me ever since I was young, that gender norms were just something we made up. This beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Blue to me is the most beautiful color ever, but blue to you may be the worst color in your opinion. It's objective. We literally made this up. We literally built this from our society, and we thought that this is the laws we have to follow. It isn't. We don't have to follow anything. People tend not understand that if then they see a boy in a dress or they see a girl in a tux and they think, oh, they probably should switch. Who cares? Honestly, they're not harming anybody and they're being themselves. They're happy in their own skin and they realize that I don't really care. I don't care what I wear. I don't care how I'm presented. This is me because clothing is subjective. Clothing has no gender. Beauty norms are things that were made up. Something just to have as a societal thing that one person wanted to be above everybody else, made the gender norms, made the beauty standards, and ever since we've been following. We are pushed past this. We don't need any gender norms. Sacagawea has showed us that people will whitewash anything. People will make sure that the white beauty standard stands out above all else. And that is why I think that we should just screw gender norms and the beauty standard. Thank you. Thank you for judging.
Hey there, Ben. Let me set up my
Hi.
timer. Set up my timer really quick.
Okay, let me just put my topic in the chat.
Sure. Okay. And I'm going to set the timer. If you want, you can have another timer going or whatever. I know how sometimes it's
The
helpful.
room timer's fine. I'm good with that.
Okay, perfect. Okay. And I'll just hit start as soon as
Canada is going to have to seriously consider their options for other means of producing energy in their own country. And so the short-term impact of this pipeline not going through, first off, Alberta has already put billions of dollars into the development of this pipeline, and they're never going to see a return investment on that. They expected to see a bunch of jobs, a bunch of production coming from this area, and they've spent tons and tons of money with the expectation that that would be the result, and they're never going to get that return investment. They essentially threw about $1 billion out the window on this pipeline because it's never going to get produced. The other issue is that Canada has seen a lot of increased domestic production, not in oil, but in other sectors of their economy. Their economy has expanded a lot in producing different things like manufacturing and other goods. And with that comes an increased need to produce energy. And Canada's plan to fulfill that need was through similar things like pipelines and expansion of the oil industry. And you can see that with their oil industry has indeed expanded over the past couple of years to meet growing demand. And the Keystone Pipeline was the next step in Canada's plan to continue that mission of expanding their oil industry to meet the growing demand for energy production. And that this cancellation is a real roadblock for that mission. And they are going to have to look short term as to where that missing energy potential is going to come from. They could do one of two things at this point, really. It's too late to try and invest into a new pipeline. It would take way too long to actually develop something like that. And short term, it's not a viable solution. So they could either increase their oil imports, which has its own detriments. They decrease their amount of dependency and domestic production of their own energy. They're more at the whims of other countries for how their oil is produced and how they have to pay for it and how that influences their government. Or they could invest money in other green technologies. This hasn't really been Canada's plan going forward with how to bridge that energy gap that they're facing. It would cost them a lot of money to switch program at this point, switch from an increase in oil to an increase in green technology. And that would be a very costly way to go about this. So Canada doesn't really have any good short-term solutions for this. They can go one route where it might be more cost effective, but they lose some political power and control over how their own energy is produced. Or they can go the more expensive, but more domestic production route where it does cost more money, but they have more control over their own energy production. In the long run, they do have some things to fall back on, but doing so would be a bet because they do have two other pipelines that are currently in production but are not set to actually go into actually producing and having oil run through them for quite a while. And with the cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline, it shows that relying on these pipelines to actually be built and actually produce the oil that they're expected to is not a guarantee. And especially with the fact that Canada was relying on these to go through their funding for increased oil production has gone down in the last few years because they were expecting all of these pipelines to go through, and the Keystone cancellation proves that that might not be an option. So Canada has to look long term as to where this increased need from energy is going to come from, if not potentially from these pipelines. They might look into creating more investments to create more pipelines if they can continue down this energy route. And in the long term, that could be a viable solution. They could, as I said earlier, increase energy imports from oil and other countries, or they could, again, switch long-term strategies to a more green effort. But overall, the cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline is going to hurt Canada definitely in the short term, and it means they have to reevaluate their long-term strategy for how they're going to bridge the gap in domestic energy production. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
that all you need from me?
Yes, you are good to go. Thank you for your speech.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for judging.
Is Judge and timer ready?
Yes.
Okay. Imagine you are an extremely wealthy person, but your country for the last 4 or 5 years have been in a massive recession. And although you are doing your best to provide jobs for multiple people in your country, the coronavirus hits and your country is in massive amounts of turmoil. And you are already having to put up with high tax rates, an inflation rate that's out of control, and you're thinking about leaving this country. And then during COVID-19, they decide to throw a wealth tax on you. And every year, a percentage of your wealth is taxed away. A lot of people get up and leave. And that's why I believe that Argentina's military tax, millionaire tax, will be devastating to their country. The reason why most other countries don't have a wealth tax is because of how quickly it drives away, wealth. When a country imposes a wealth tax, what they're doing is they're taking a look at all your assets and your total net worth, and they're taxing a portion of that away. So in this case, it would be 3.25% of your wealth in that country and 5.25% on the wealth outside of the country. With this massive tax, a lot of people will be incentivized to leave the country. That's why in America, by and large, the left and the right agree that a wealth tax would be disastrous for the country. However, in Argentina, they have horribly managed their economy for the past 10, 20 years. And so they are desperately trying to find a way to pull themselves out of this massive recession. And so that's why they're trying to impose this tax. Although it will be a one-time tax, it by and large... Hello? Is the judge there? Judge?
Hello, Caleb. I apologize. I seem to have briefly lost connection. When I lost connection, you were at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. You had gotten through your opening and somewhat into your first contention. You can either pick up from that point, or since it was fairly early on in your speech, you're absolutely free to begin from the beginning. Which would you prefer?
I'll just continue where I left off.
Okay, let me reset your clock to that point in time, and then you may begin.
Okay, so with this massive wealth tax, it'll do a lot of damage to the country's economy as people leave the country. With the wealth tax being put in place, this wouldn't be a brand new tax that they'd be putting on the people of Argentina. This would be a tax that would be well, this would be a brand new tax, but it would be in addition to all the other taxes that they already have laid on the wealthy. With this only targeting and only impacting 12,000 people, the revenue from it won't be that large, but it will still have a massive impact in driving away a lot of the wealth in the country. Thank you. With that, I stand down.
Okay, thank you very much, Caleb.
To live till Christmas. I think it was sheer willpower, but somehow she did it. And on Christmas night, I put her to bed. And at 4 a.m., I was supposed to come and give her her painkillers, and I came in and I couldn't rouse her. So I waited an hour more and came back, and her breathing was rugged. An hour more still, and the light of dawn broke through the snowstorm and shone on my love, whose hands and lips were turning blue. So I lit a candle, and I put on some sacred music. I wrapped my body around her, and I told her everything I thought she needed to hear from me if she could, in fact, still hear me. I told her how I loved her and how she lived this amazing and stellar life, and I will never be the same for having been loved by her, and how she lit this furnace in our hearts that was fueled by this power that she emitted, and just the glory of her all, and I would never stop telling the world her name. And then Rhea opened her eyes and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" So I wiped the tears from my face as if I wasn't having a death side watch and said, "Nothing, nothing." And she, what is this stupid music? So I turned it off real quick. And why does it smell like a fucking candle?
I'm probably gonna butcher this. Avienda Cook.
You know, you actually said it really right.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Alrighty, give me just a second to put 10 minutes on the clock. And I'll start the speech whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Avienda Cook, and this is Counting Calories by Neil Usman. Mom, why did you have to bring home pizza today? And I know that I can have a salad instead, and a salad is only 200 calories, and it's good for me, and it's got vegetables, but if I only ate one slice of pizza, that's only 300 calories. Right, plus what I had for breakfast. Well, I had 4 pancakes at about 175 calories and one that's 700 calories. I ate 700 calories worth of pancakes, plus syrup, which is about 100 calories, and butter, which is 80 calories per teaspoon, and milk, that's 130 calories. That's 1,010 calories just for breakfast. I ate 1,010 calories just for breakfast. And then I had 4 cookies for lunch, which is 180 calories. That's 720 calories for 4 cookies. And then I gotta add breakfast. That's 1,730 calories. I ate 1,730 calories already. If I eat that slice of pizza, I will have eaten more than 2,000 calories already. So salad or pizza, salad or pizza. That pizza would taste so good, and you rarely bring it home. You rarely bring home pizza, and I could be healthy tomorrow, right? I could be healthy tomorrow, right? It smells so good. The cheese and the pepperoni, I just want it so bad. But I'm fat, and no, seriously, Mom, I have to say it out loud. I have to, and I'm fat, and that's why those girls keep calling me names, and that's why people keep sneering at me and calling me names in the hallway and laughing, and that's why my best friend just decided to drop me out of nowhere. With no context, just drop me. Maybe the humiliation of being my friend was too much, and maybe she just decided it was too much to defend me. I don't understand, though, how you can just wake up one day and decide to drop someone out of nowhere after being friends for so long. But you know, if someone were to come up to me in the hallway and point and laugh at me and say, "You eat 7 meals a day," you know, they wouldn't be wrong, and I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it so much. I hate that I can grab the folds of my stomach, and I hate these lines that rip through my body. And I hate when I have to get on the scale and it feels like it's just screaming at me to get off, get off, get off, get off, get off. It's so loud to me. I hate every part of me. I hate every part of me so much. I can't stand it anymore.
So salad or pizza. I'm done. I'm so done being called fat and people laughing at me and pointing at me, and I'm so done for people not standing up for me, and I'm done not standing up for myself. I'm over it. So salad or pizza, salad or pizza. I'm done. I'm done with it all. So please, hand me the salad. Thank you.
All right, great speech. Let's move to our final contestant.
They're coming from a place in which their populations are suffering, their government doesn't have a lot of revenue, so this is a chance for them to essentially just jumpstart their economy. And so another thing from the New York Times is that they have at least 3 to 4 billion barrels of reserves, which equates to half of the new oil and gas that was discovered just like around the world last year. So they have a lot of oil reserves that they can go through, and it's going to lead to lots of economic growth, which is my second point. And so according to the International Monetary Fund, they expect Suriname's economy to grow 13.1% this year, which is instrumental for them. And we can see that there will be a greater number of jobs, commerce, and potentially reduced poverty as a result of this oil, which I'd like to acknowledge will not completely solve all of their economic problems, as it's not creating very many jobs for them as oil companies are coming in. So, but it can help to jumpstart their economy and bring revenue into their government. And so despite that this is attracting investors and that there will be a promotion of economic growth, I think I also wanted to acknowledge that there's this thing that economists like to say, it's the resource curse. So Suriname could experience lots of economic growth if they choose to properly manage their energy and mineral riches. Which again, isn't always up to them, as these companies are coming in and taking all of these resources. So Suriname has to be smart and strategic with the contracts that they're making with these companies, or else they will experience the resource curse. So their growth may be stunted because companies, may reap most of the benefits and get away with contracts that are more
valuable for them. So Suriname really has to stand their ground and realize that they need to look to the long term. Which leads me into another thing that could potentially stunt their growth is that if we look at countries such as Brazil, Mexico, and Bolivia, they have heavily relied on their oil and gas economies, but now we're looking to the future and we're moving away from these fossil fuels. So they are beginning to suffer because their economies are having to change as we're trying to be more conscious of our climate, which is currently experiencing much change and warming. So just to kind of wrap up what I've talked about and just make it clear how this will affect Suriname. This will most likely have an impact and change their future, as with more investors who are wanting to drill for oil here, we're going to see, as I said, their economy is expected to grow by 13.1% this year, which will be a great jumpstart for their economy. So I think that, yes, that will change their future. But as I said, this could be stunted or limited if they don't properly manage their energy and mineral riches. Thank you.
Look for the rest of the tournament, and thank you for a good speech.
Yeah, thank you so much for judging. Have a great day.
You too. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Okay. I have 7 minutes up on the clock. You probably know you have 15 seconds grace after that's over, and then your time's up. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you. When I was in Mexico a few years ago, me and my family were driving down the street when we were pulled over by a police officer. He took my father's driver's license and said that he would have to go back to the police station to review it and would have to keep it overnight. My father, not trusting the Mexican police with his driver's license overnight, instead decided on a faster option. Long story short, the driver went away $50 richer, and we drove away with my father's driver's license. What can Mexico do to curb cartel-related violence in Mexico? Recently, President Andrés López Obrador has made it his mission to fight organized crime by bolstering his nation's economy. This plan, however, is flawed and will effectively fail to stop cartel-related violence in the long run. However, after much research, I have come to 3 major solutions that could hypothetically solve this problem. The first of these solutions is by raising the value of the Mexican peso or raising the minimum wage. The current minimum wage in Mexico is 141 pesos per hour. There are approximately 20 pesos in a dollar, which means that there is $7.10, that the minimum wage is $7.10. Back to my Mexico example, slightly different, but when I was in Mexico, I bought a 6-inch long glass lizard for 150 pesos. So the people that are getting paid minimum wage in Mexico are not even getting enough money to buy a small glass lizard. Obviously, you can see how that would make a compelling reason to join up with a cartel, which Macro Trends found gets paid about $1,550 monthly. So, by raising the minimum wage, it would make joining a cartel a less appealing way to make money, and it could peacefully coexist with his plan of boosting the nation's economy. However, there are other plans. The second one would be to better fund the police. Like I brought up in my story, we paid off the police with $50. However, the cartels that are currently paying police officers to look the other way are giving them many more dollars. They have huge resources to draw from, and it was found that the Guadalajara cartel in Mexico pulls in about $5 billion annually, according to ABC News. Therefore, if President Andres Lopez could raise the pay or funding of the police force in Mexico, he could successfully, or at least make big steps towards stopping the police force from looking the other way when the cartels try to pay them off. And the third and final solution that could hypothetically work would be to fight the propaganda campaign. Mexican cartels constantly use propaganda to devalue what the government tells the people and to make people more inclined to join their cartels. Cartels are in fact known to constantly recruit young men and women and just people. So if Mexico could successfully stop these propaganda wars, then it would be easy for the cartels to lose their massive following and the Mexican government to become increasingly more popular. Obviously, it's not an easy thing to fight propaganda, but ABC News found that small leaks in which just a small amount of information was released to the public accidentally could hugely impact the amount of sway that propaganda holds. The Mexico government could successfully implement this by when a new piece of propaganda, rumors, a video, a recording of someone was leaked, they could leak one email or a recording of someone's voice and successfully devalue everything that the propaganda hoped to prove. So, by raising the minimum wage or raising the value of the Mexican peso, by better funding the police and better paying cops, and by making steps towards ending the propaganda campaign of Mexican cartels, I believe that Mexico can successfully stop cartel-related violence. Thank you. Thank you so much for judging.
Thank you.
Hi all. Just a couple minutes before we get started. We're still waiting one more day, obviously the other competitors. So once we get all those people, we can get started.
I have a coin if you guys want to do the flip.
We're still waiting on one more judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, sorry about that. I'm replacing Mr. Ford.
No worries. Now that we have all 5 judges, would you guys like to call the coin flip when I flip it in the air?
We'll take heads.
Okay. It is heads.
We'll take affirmative.
We will take second speaker.
Okay, as we're kind of getting started here, I just want to say congratulations for both teams for making it to semifinals. Great work. Personal note from me, due to some internet troubles, I'm going to be turning off my camera while you guys are presenting. Hope that's okay, just so I can hear you all clearly.
Same for me. I'm going to turn off my camera during the debate.
Can everyone see the timer that I've just put up? Okay, cool.
I will be the first speaker on the affirmative today. All right. Is everyone ready for me to begin? Cool. We will begin speaking in 3, 2, 1. According to the United Nations, we've reached a critical point in understanding that cities can be the source of solutions to, rather than the cause of, the challenges that our world is facing today. It is in this spirit that I, Avihai Levinson, and my partner Keegan Bevis affirm the resolution. Resolved, on balance, the benefits of urbanization in West Africa outweighs the harms. Urbanization is defined as the process of making an area more characteristic of a town or city. We on the affirmative will be using the new urban agenda as a guideline for urbanization, a piece of legislation passed by the United Nations. Contention 1, ethical impacts. Subpoint A, medical care. Nearly half of all deaths and about a third of disabilities in low and middle income countries could be avoided if people had access to emergency care, according to the Lancet Global Health Journal. World Economic Report reports in the southern parts of West Africa, results reveal that less than a third of the total population, 29%, and 28% of the women of childbearing age lived more than 2 hours from the nearest hospital. The 2-hour threshold is a widely used recommendation by the World Health Organization and the Lancet Commission for Global Surgery for defining access to emergency obstetric and surgical care, respectively. That means a third of the population would die in an emergency because they would be unable to reach a hospital. The city would change this, decreasing the distance to healthcare and enabling patients to receive care. Additionally, according to Jesse Penchoff, a previous associate researcher at Innovations for Poverty Action, cities enable greater access to health services, improved water and sanitation infrastructure, leading to some improvements in health. This, simply put, saves lives. The status quo and thus the negation would have us shove aside these people and allow them to suffer from preventable, treatable conditions and diseases. Subpoint B, education. Urban students typically gain greater overall access to education, receive a higher quality education, and outperform their rural counterparts. This urban advantage varies across countries, but is present in both the developed and developing world, according to Business Wire's Urban Education Report 2017. Additionally, in the West African country of Togo, access to education has increased by 20% in the last 20 years, in correlation with increasing urbanization. The ability of a student to get a quality education is imperative to their future success and to fulfilling their human rights. Currently, large distances in rural communities prevent this from happening and allow for a cycle of poverty and destitution to continue in West Africa. Do we not owe it to the children of these countries to give them the best possible future? Part of that starts with offering them the abilities to educate themselves and give them the tools necessary to brighten their future. Contention 2, practical impacts, specifically the economy. According to the Yale Tribune, research shows that overall urbanization has been a force for good on the poverty headcount, as urbanizing countries tend to lower their poverty rates. The logic is obvious. Centralization of people brings a centralization of jobs and business. In rural areas, businesses have little incentive to build offices because there is little population to fill them. However, in large cities, these businesses have incentive to build offices and employ locals. Furthermore, cities are developed there is more and more of a requirement for infrastructure. Building this infrastructure requires labor, which will create jobs in these urban environments. And Togo, a West African country, saw a 10% decrease in poverty rates along with a 7% increase in urbanization. Clear correlation. Furthermore, according to the World Bank, poverty within Togo is particularly high in rural areas where 70% of households were living below the poverty line in 2015. It is clear that citizens moving to urban areas have experienced economic relief in recent years. This decrease in poverty will allow for the people of West Africa to have better access to quality healthcare, education, increased quality of life. Between access to education, healthcare, and decreasing poverty, it is obvious we must affirm the resolution and continue with urbanization. Thank you very much.
Okay, is everyone ready? All right, then I will begin. Hello, my name is Bella Kershaw, and this is my partner, Henry Clark, and we stand in firm negation of the resolved, on balance, the benefits of urbanization in West Africa outweigh the harms. We have three contentions to support our case. First, urbanization leads to negative health impacts. Second, urban areas contribute to a massive increase in crime. And third, expanding urban areas creates slums. First, urbanization leads to negative health impacts. Studies say extended urbanization can lead to an increase in disease. Because of urbanization, there is more interaction between rural residents and urban areas as people are drawn to new opportunities in new cities, which increases the spread of disease. This is because semi-urban areas and urban areas are where diseases originate because of higher population density and closer interaction with livestock. 3/4 of all emerging human diseases originate from viruses that affect animals. Africa now has the fastest growing and youngest population of any region in the world. Because of this increase in population, this creates a larger demand for foods like meat and eggs, which exposes more of the population to these diseases. The Ebola outbreak is a high example of an illness that originated in Western Africa due to urbanization. In 2014, Ebola emerged in West Africa, causing the largest outbreak of Ebola ever recorded. What began as a single case in the West African nation of Guinea quickly spread to neighboring countries because of urbanization and interactions between urban and rural populations, as well as an increase in number of cases due to the population density in slums. Pollution in West Africa is another concrete example of negative health impacts. According to the Chemistry and Engineering News, quote, exposure to natural emission caused 43,000 deaths in West Africa. Industrial emissions caused 182,000 deaths, and biomass burning caused 43,000 deaths, end quote. Causes of pollution in Africa are more subtle. However, because of the amount of people living in slums, many are forced to turn to kerosene to cook and light their homes. With 1/3 of West Africans living without electricity, this creates a large amount of pollution-caused deaths centered in urban areas. Clearly, urbanization leads to the creation of new diseases and increases pollution-caused death. Second, urban areas contribute to an increase in crime. According to United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, quote, rapid rates of urbanization, a factor that combines elements of population density, cultural class, and population instability, is also a strong correlation of crime rates, end quote. One example of crime is the heroin trade in West Africa. With so many living in slums, people of limited employment and low-skilled migrant workers either turn to drugs or end up selling them. Quote, urbanization leads to concentrations of people vulnerable to the drug market. The African heroin boom is enabled by unplanned urbanization, unquote, says the Institute for Security Studies. Another reason for this crime is higher population densities and poor living conditions. The poverty of people living in slums often leads to turning to illegal activity to make money, such as prostitution, theft, robbery, and so on. Because of urbanization, we see an increase in crime and violence across West Africa. And finally, expanding urban areas creates slums. With urbanization, slums will follow because of poor urban planning. According to the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, quote, town and country planning acts are the principal legislation that govern urban development and planning in Africa. Many are based on outdated colonial planning systems, such as the British Town and Country Planning Act of 1947. Most of the former British colonies have retained this legislation as the principal land use control framework, including Ghana and Zimbabwe. End quote. The Planning Act shows how slums and urbanization are and will always be connected due to poor planning. In colonial times, governments did not care for the well-being of Africans, but focused on finding ways to extract wealth and resources from most West African countries. The effects of these slums is detrimental to West Africans. In Ghana, 1 out of 4 city residents, 794 million in total, lives without access to sanitation facilities. Because of rapid urbanization, this leads to the creation and growth of slums, meaning that people do not have access to sanitation and clean drinking water. Slums also negatively impact the environment, as people living in them are often prone to dangerous hazards like floods, waterlogging, fire, and more due to high population density. For these reasons, we stand in firm negation of the resolved. On balance, the benefits of urbanization in West Africa outweigh the harms. Thank you.
All right, is everyone ready for Crossfire? All right, perfect. I'll be asking the first question in 3, 2, 1. So you mentioned increasing crime rates, specifically heroin. Do you believe that if everyone got out of poverty, these crime rates would still be high?
Well, I believe that urbanization is one of the causes for these. I believe urbanization is one of the causes for these crime rates, but there's no way you're going to miraculously get everyone out of poverty. And when you're talking about the urban agenda, that's just an outline for how they want to urbanize. It's not how they're going to. It's not going to miraculously cure this poverty. I do have a question for you on your case. Okay, so you're talking about emergency services. So you're talking about infrastructure being built. Is that accommodating the overpopulation? Is it going to be building enough hospitals to help all of the people in West Africa?
Yes, it will be. First of all, it's going to be helping. First of all, it's going to be helping the people in cities, not the people in rural West Africa, because they're going to have to move to cities because we're talking about urbanization here. And furthermore, the United Nations, the African Union have ratified the new urban agenda. It has having impacts on West Africa that will be increasing this access to healthcare, access to education, and furthermore. So my question is you mentioned there's a high crime in West Africa. Is that high compared to other cities in the United States? What is that in relation to?
No, I'm not comparing West Africa to other countries. I'm saying their crime rates are abnormally high than they used to be. What I do have a question about is in your answer to my last question, I asked about if you were going to be able to account for overpopulation by building these healthcare facilities fast enough, and you replied yes. Do you have any specific evidence that says you will be able to provide healthcare institutions for all of these West Africans?
Yes, hold on one second. So the new urban agenda provides, according to the new urban agenda, this is from the United Nations, it provides basic services to all citizens. These services include access to housing, safe drinking water and sanitation, nutritious food, healthcare and family planning, education, culture, and access to communication.
Okay, so that is like, it's an outline of what they're going to do, but how is the urban agenda going to achieve it? And is West Africa specifically going to follow the urban agenda?
I think first of all, there's evidence that they are currently following the urban agenda. Second of all, they have all participated in the United Nations. They're all participating in the African Union, both of which have committed to following the new urbanization. Additionally, we've seen investments from foreign from bodies. There's been an allocation of funds, and all of that will contribute to building this infrastructure that will occur. And I believe we're about out of time.
All right, thank you.
There you are.
There we go. Sorry, I was muted. I believe that I'm speaking next. If I may, I'd like to take about a minute of downtime. I can definitely time myself. If that is all right. Is that all right with everybody? All the judges? You guys are good? Okay, great. So I'm going to... Oh, sorry. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I don't know. Sorry.
The timer will still be up.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry. Audio issues. All right. And I'll begin that time in 3, 2, 1.
That concludes your minute of downtime. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Alrighty, is everybody ready to go? We have that timer up. Good to go. Opponents, you guys good? Okay, wonderful. I will begin my second affirmation speech in 3, 2, 1. Hello, my name is Keegan Bevis, and I'm the second speaker on the affirmation today. I'd like to offer a little bit of deconstruction to my opponent's points before strengthening a few of my own. So to go into a little bit of what my opponent says, beginning with their first point that urbanization will have negative effects on health. The first thing I'd like to bring up about this is that this is a logical fallacy, which in Latin is known as post hoc ergo propter hoc. It means after this, therefore because of this. It's a logical fallacy due to the fact that urbanization does not strictly cause sickness due to outlying factors that the negation is failing to mention. For example, COVID stats in Kuwait, which has a 100% urbanization rate, show that 3.8% of their population got sick. COVID stats for America, however, which has an 84% urbanization rate, shows that 8% of our population got sick. We can conclude from this that urbanization has a minimal impact on sickness and the spread of disease. Additionally, with that point, increased healthcare and increased ability to access healthcare will mitigate any potential harms that come from increased sickness, even if that was a plausible harm to the to urbanization. The next thing that I'd like to address is the topic of the new urban agenda. They brought up outdated legislation as a reason for why so many of these harms from urbanization are currently happening. The thing that I'd like to bring up by addressing this is the legislation in the new urban agenda. They have mentioned before that it's a guideline, that it's not implemented. This is actually untrue. It was ratified and fully implemented in late 2020. So we're seeing some impacts of that already, some of which I'll read out now. So since its implementation, the progress is this, quote, at the local level, local governments have started orienting their urban transformation strategies to implement the new urban agenda objectives and guidance. At the national level, countries are placing emphasis on engaging local government right from the inception stage to the execution stage. According to recent report findings, more than 50% of the countries so far have developed progress reports as part of a voluntary national reviews for the SDGs, have included local and regional governments in the process, end quote. So what we can really see from this stat, and what I really would like you guys to take away, is the fact that not only has the new urban agenda actually truly been implemented, which it has, but that it is, as far as we're seeing, very promising. It's making good change for what we'd like to see. And so that concludes my point on that. The next thing that I'd like to bring up is their point addressing the environment. They've said things about pollution and things of that nature. The thing that I'd like to bring up to this is that according to a study done by Daviv Lagagos, lead academic for the International Growth Center in Ghana, quote, African cities are on average not more polluted than rural areas. If anything, air pollution exposures are worse in villages, where many households burn wood and indoor stoves, creating significant problems with air quality, end quote. So what actually ends up happening is that they're going to be telling you that urbanization is leading to this increase in environmental decay. This is simply not true. In fact, the rural communities are actually contributing more heavily to climate change than urban places. Additionally, on that fact, the new urban agenda has legislation in it protecting the environment into the future. Quote, ensuring environmental sustainability by promoting clean energy and sustainable use of land and resources in urban development, by protecting ecosystems and biodiversity, including adopting healthy lifestyles in harmony with nature, and mitigating and adapting to climate change. End quote. So as we can see, even if urbanization was having such a higher negative impact on environmental decay, even if that was the case, the mitigation plans put in place by the new urban agenda, which so far has been working well, effectively cut this risk way down and allow for the benefits to shine through. The last point that I'd like to address is their point of crime. So when it comes to crime, they've stated that crime rates go up in correlation to poverty. We have proven to you, judges, that poverty will go down due to the new urban agenda and what it does for the people. Even if that wasn't enough, the new urban agenda accounts, quote, supporting the provision of well-designed networks of safe, accessible areas that are free from crime and violence, end quote. So even on this point as well, we can see that it falls to negation. So it is in the interest of the people of West Africa that I urge you to side with the affirmation. Thank you.
Can my partner take a minute of prep time before their next speech?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Your minute of prep time starts in 3, 2, 1. Begin. That concludes your minute of downtime. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Judges and timers ready? Sweet, and I'll begin. Hello, my name is Henry Clark, and I'll be giving the first constructive speech for this debate. First, I'll start with talking about one of the recently things brought up in my opponent's last speech was talking about how our first contention on negative health impacts is a logical fallacy because it doesn't connect the two together. But it really isn't. What we're seeing right now in West Africa are tens of thousands of deaths racking up in these urban areas because of emissions and because of biomass burnings. Again, with the 43,000 deaths a year because of natural emissions, the 182,000 deaths caused by industrial emissions, and the biomass burnings that have caused 43,000 deaths. We're seeing that it's not just a correlation, but it's the causation. Urbanized areas have an increased amount of people, and rather than what my opponents are stating is that in rural areas there's more wood burning, so it causes more pollution. What we're seeing in these urban areas in the slums is that with 1/3 of these people not being able to have access to electricity, they have to turn to kerosene or other forms of fuel to cook and to clean and to have power. And so what we're seeing is that these slums are creating really horrible living conditions for them to live in, simply because of the fact that they don't have access to anything in there. They talk about urbanization like they have access to school and to education and to the water and to the hospitals, but that's just not the case. The conditions in these slums are often horrible, with open sewage and overcrowded housing. With such conditions, diseases are spread easily. Tuberculosis thrives in overcrowded and poorly ventilated places. Without proper sewage systems, cholera becomes a major concern. What we're seeing here is that it's not just a correlation between urbanization and these diseases, but these diseases are spreading because of the urban areas and because of how close quarters these slums are. With that, we're also seeing that the infrastructure that my opponents are trying to bring up within this urbanized plan or the Urban Planning Act has only been put in since late 2020. And we're seeing that there's not really any solid statistics to see how it's affecting West Africa, as it's not even been a year since it's been implemented by Africans. But what we are seeing right now happening in West Africa, for instance, in Liberia, the average person in a slum has to share one tap with another 3,400 people. And currently, Nigeria's housing shortage is estimated at 17 million units. So what we are seeing in the infrastructure in these West African cities right now is that they're horrible living conditions for the West Africans. Along with that, going on to their education point, when it comes to education, the education right now in these urban communities are horrible, and they don't offer a lot to the West African children or college students. What we see is that about every year, we see that 2 million children are being robbed of an education in the region due to violence and insecurity in and around their schools. In Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Mali, Nigeria, a surge in threats and attacks against students, teachers, and schools on education itself is casting a foreboding shadow upon children, their families, their communities, and society at large. What we see with it is that when it comes to crime and terrorism in these huge African cities, we're seeing that it takes away from education, from infrastructure. Along with that, going back to our second contention on crime, we're seeing that some of the highest rates of theft in all of Africa come from not only Senegal, but also Liberia, with Liberia having a 49% theft rate and Senegal having a 39%. We're seeing that in these urban areas, crime is rampant simply because we're combining too many people, overcrowding, overpopulating these cities that are not meant to have it. With this infrastructure we're seeing in the cities, is it simply isn't enough. In the past 20 years, some of these cities have gone from 600,000 people to up to 5 million people, with the slums becoming overcrowded with millions and millions of people, which leads to the condension of people and when you have all these people of different ideologies, different groups, and low poverty levels, we're seeing that this crime is becoming rampant. And with that, the negation has proven that there are too many negative effects of urbanization, and we're seeing that it overwhelms the affirmation points, especially when it comes to the urban planning, which has supported most of their entire contentions. So with that, we hope you stand in firm negation. Thank you.
Danny, could you mute your mic next time? Thanks.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries at all. It was just a little echo.
Alrighty, is everybody ready for cross-examination? Wonderful. As affirmation, as the first speaker, I believe we gave the first question. So I will ask that right now. Sorry. Okay. So would you agree, because you guys have said multiple times in your case, saying that some of these faults are due to improper planning, improper
allocation of resources and proper planning. You mentioned that legislation passed by the UN a while ago. So would you agree that proper planning would make up the difference and allow for some of these harms to be mitigated?
And while that's possibly true, it's not necessarily just the planning itself, but just the overpopulation. No matter how well you plan, when you see the population just spiking the way it is right now in West Africa, which has the fastest growing population currently worldwide, we're seeing that no amount of planning will be able to really suffice for the amount of people living in these areas. And with the infrastructure that we're seeing in, I believe, your Urban Planning Act, even if it is just in this late 2020s, how are there any statistics that are proving that these are causing any better infrastructure rates in West Africa?
Yeah, so on that, we did bring up that point discussing what benefits we have seen from this legislation thus far. That being said, you are totally correct. It is a very, very new piece of legislation. So with that in mind, we have to take into account that we are looking towards the future. We know that this planning has had good effects thus far, and so we need to allow it to fully play out before we decide to take it into account any of the negatives, or before trying to dismiss it on some proposed negatives. The other thing that I'd like to address with that is that it was, I just totally lost my train of thought.
With that, with this planning, what has been implemented in the last less than a year that has been beneficial to West Africans? What has actually been implemented, not planned, but implemented in West Africa according to this plan?
For sure. Okay, would you like me to read you quotes from the legislation or just tell you?
No, I mean, what has been built in West Africa because of this plan? As far as I know, this is only a plan. Nothing's been done in West Africa according to this plan. It's only been...
Things have been done. I'm sorry, I don't mean to step on your toes. Things have been done thus far. Mainly, it is the allocation of funds and resources. The quote that I stated brought that up a little bit. So it's mainly the allocation of funds and resources to allow these West African countries to urbanize in the best way possible. That being said, there are strict guidelines in place in order to make sure that the urbanization is as beneficial as possible. So things like the mitigation of climate change, things like the creation of safe, crime-free spaces, that quote that I brought up there. So all of that kind of stuff has been implemented in order to make that happen.
All right, and if it has been implemented, why are we seeing that the crime rates are still so horrible in West Africa with a lot of these, as I said, in Liberia with a 49% crime rate and in Senegal with 39%? Why aren't we seeing these go down then?
Because it has only been a couple of months. Like I said, we have seen good changes for the time that we've been allowed to observe them. For the time that we've seen the the legislation implemented, things have gotten better in relation to that time. The biggest point that we have is that we must give it time, and I believe we are out of time. So thank you.
I'm gonna run a minute of downtime if that's all right.
That's absolutely.
I will start that in 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm stopping my time there at 1 minute, 2 seconds. All right. Is everyone ready for me to begin? Cool. Opponents? Cool. In that case, I will get started in 3, 2, 1. Yes, there have been problems in the past within West Africa, but we should not allow them to continue. And that's why the affirmation stands on the side of urbanization. It is clear that Africa's urbanization is not a done process, like our opponents want you to believe. In fact, less than 50% of the population in West Africa is urbanized, in some countries less than 20%. So how can we state that these statistics are an accurate representation of all urbanization if it is clear Africa is not all urbanized? Furthermore, my opponents brought up the point of disease. They brought up Ebola. It's important to note that Ebola started in rural, I believe, Liberia due to bats. And many of these diseases are spread via animals. And in urban areas, you have less exposure to animals. You have less exposure to bats. And therefore, that's why most Ebola outbreaks have occurred in rural areas. Furthermore, according to the World Health Organization, urban and para-urban areas are considered to be at a lower risk of malaria compared to more rural areas because of improved housing and limited number of breeding sites. So Ebola will go down, malaria will go down. Additionally, healthcare will go up, which means these patients will have access to healthcare. So if they are befallen by a disease, they will have the ability to gain treatment. Furthermore, my opponents have stated that there is no correlation between urbanization and poverty. However, this is simply untrue. In many countries such as Cape Verde, Togo, which we brought up in our case, Guinea, all have seen rising urbanization levels and falling poverty. Furthermore, my opponents brought up crime statistics. And like we said, the urban agenda addresses this. And about the urban agenda, my opponents brought up that it was only passed in 2020, so we cannot see it. And that's totally true. We must give it time to mature and we must see its effects. But it is hope, and there's already practical impacts that have been implemented, as my opponents mentioned. Furthermore, the new urban agenda is receiving a positive investment from the application fund, the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, those specifically because the new urban agenda works to decrease air pollution, negating their pollution point. Furthermore, the new urban agenda works to decrease slums and replaces the poor planning policies they brought up from British colonies. And therefore, the new urban agenda is necessary. The new urban agenda will work because we've already seen evidence. West African countries have committed to making it work. Furthermore, their disease point falls through because simply the logic does not hold, because cities bring less access to animals, less access to those vectors of transmission. And for those reasons, I and you should too affirm the resolution. Thank you very much.
Can my partner take a minute of downtime, please? Thank you.
Your minute of downtime starts in 3, 2, 1, begin. That concludes the minute of downtime. You have 1 minute remaining.
All right, thank you. When everyone is ready,
I will begin. All right, so first I'm going to be going over the affirmation, and then I'll be touching on points on the negation. So first, what they're mentioning in the beginning, which ties into both of their contentions, is the new urban agenda. Once again, this is just a plan. It was also established in 2020 by the United Nations, and because of this, we haven't actually seen any increasing positive results because of this. The statistics they provide you say that urbanization and poverty are linked. However, this is untrue. They simply say that poverty rates have gone down while urbanization has gone up. They have no specific evidence that those 2 points are correlated. Once again, onto their new urban agenda item. A lot of people don't have trust in the West African government. This is plans. We haven't seen that these plans have actually been put into place. Like we've talked about, they have said that the new urban agenda is going to replace the corrupt old laws that we have talked about in the British Planning Act. However, this simply is untrue. These still exist, and we have tried to help Africa in the past. Multiple countries have given them aid to help in the past. We asked what the urban agenda was doing. They said allocating funds. However, allocating funds is not going to drive down poverty. Allocating funds isn't going to do this because Western governments in the past, Western African governments in the past have not followed what we have told them to do with the money we have given them. Next, onto their contentions. So they're talking about the economy. Once again, I'd like to go over so this is their contention too. They're talking about the economy. What they're talking about is a rise in the economy in these Western countries. What they're not telling you is that in Nigeria, the country they were using as an example, the average wage is $2 a day. Only the elite are benefiting from the rise in the economy. They're not going to talk about how the people are still suffering even though the economy is rising. Onto their contention one, they're talking about emergency services and sanitation and education. My partner did bring up specific evidence saying that education is stifled because of urbanization. We've seen this. And because these people go get education, they come back, there isn't enough jobs, which leads to the creation of slums. Onto our contention. So we talked about negative health. Once again, our opponents are saying that this will be fixed in the future. However, there is no specific evidence that it will be fixed in the future. While we do have specific evidence that it will, because of the past, we have seen that it will not get better. Next, onto the contention. Once again, we were talking about Ebola. They're saying that this originated in Liberia. However, it did originate in Liberia, but what happened is there are multiple outbreaks of Ebola, like our opponents were saying, and this was the biggest outbreak of Ebola, which was the example we were using. They're talking about rural areas spreading this negative health impact because of the interacting with animals, but people from rural areas interacting with animals go to urbanized places and spread the disease even further because they're flocking to these cities knowing that there's going to be job opportunities when overpopulation makes it so there aren't enough job opportunities, which we've explicitly said before. There aren't enough job opportunities, so these people are forced to live in slums, creating crime. Thank you.
My partner and I are going to be sharing the screen for Grand Cross, if that's all right with everybody. And I apologize for the light. We're right in front of a window, and it is blinding me. But we're working with what we've got. All right, and is everybody ready for Grand Cross?
Yes.
Okay, so I will ask the first question in 3, 2, 1. So you guys have said multiple times that from what we've seen from the past, we know that the new urban agenda won't work out. So regardless of the fact that we've brought up evidence multiple times saying that it is working, what evidence do you guys have from the past saying that the new urban agenda specifically will not work?
Well, there's two things that we need to look at here. First being that the urban agenda is completely brand new, has not even been implemented for a full year. But what we're seeing is whether or not the urban agenda is implemented, it's still the same administration in these West African countries that decide how infrastructure is created. Second of all, what we're seeing is that the infrastructure right now is not enough. So with the hypothetical that it might be able to, while you've cited sources that say it will get better, what we're seeing is that it is not. We're seeing that there are deaths from pollution, that they don't have people with education, and that we don't have access to tap water in urban areas. That's not what we're seeing. So what we're looking at is what is happening right now. How can we assume that things will get better with the urban agenda when we're only seeing a decline in the quality of life?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
I just asked the question, but okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So you mentioned that these cities or these governments will not implement it because they're not trustworthy. What evidence do you have to that point?
I actually do have some evidence of the corruption right here. So it's talking about corrupt planning. Let's see. Yeah. So once again, we cited the Town and Country Planning Act, but we also have plans that we also have evidence, which I will find, that says that most people in these countries don't actually trust the government. Let me find that. Let's see.
What we're stating here is that right now, what we're seeing is that the same government that is creating the infrastructure will still be the same one, whether or not your UN urbanization plan is in place. So why are we assuming that under the this new Urban Acts plan, it's going to get better? That's what I asked earlier, is why are we going to assume that the quality of life will increase just because the plan is implemented? We'll still see the same governments in charge.
For sure. No, and I totally understand that question. To answer that, we actually have to look at the context upon which the new urban agenda was created. So the new urban agenda was first conceived by the United Nations. At that point, it was in the very early stages of development, and then kept being passed around by different kinds of countries, passed around by different governments, and sort of just ratified and edited until we get to 2020, right? And so then it was passed to not only the United Nations, which signed and approved it, thinking that it was going to be good, but also the African Union and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And these governmental agencies both also signed onto it. So what happens with this is that the African Union is separate from what may be corrupt governments in the individual countries. It's a conglomerate that allows for very minimal corruption. And so that's the context that we need to take into account when thinking about especially corruption into the future. So the last
to clarify, what we're looking at here is all of these ideas that it will get better in the future all ride on the idea that this urban plan will fix every problem we see with urbanization.
We're out of time. I'm really sorry. I'll try to address your point in final focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe we have 1 minute of downtime left. I would like to take that if that's all right.
Sure thing.
Okay, and I will start that in 3, 2, 1.
That concludes the remainder of your downtime. You're muted.
Figures. Sorry. Is everybody ready? Alrighty, and I will begin my final focus speech in 3, 2, 1. So to sort of end today's debate, to sort of wrap everything up, I'd like to do a little bit of they said and then we said to touch on the clash points of today's debate, and then finish up with just why I believe that the affirmation has won today's debate in terms of moral and practical logic. So to begin with a little bit of they said and then we said, the biggest, I think, clash point in today's debate was the new urban agenda. So we introduced this piece of legislation that I'm assuming the negation has never heard of before, and I understand that their confusion may in part be due to this. With that explanation that we need to take into account is the fact that they've brought up issues saying that it won't work because we've seen in the past that different legislations haven't worked, and that's why it won't work in the future. This logic doesn't really flow through, especially considering the fact that the new urban agenda was first conceived of in 2016 and then fully implemented in 2020, which means that the greatest minds of all of the nations in the UN and the AU have all had 4 years to fully ratify and put this piece of legislation together. And thus far, it is working. That is the point that I cannot overstate to you judges. At this point in time, for the amount of time that we've been able to observe its effects, the effects have been good. At local and national levels, people are allocating more resources to social services, allowing for people to
do better on welfare, allowing for better implementation of healthcare, allowing for better implementation of education. All of these kinds of things that we know are so important to West Africans' quality of life. All of these things are benefits that we've been seeing thus far. So that point flows through to the affirmation. The last thing that I'd like to bring up is in terms of moral and practical logic, who has won today's debate? So we're thinking about the practical impacts of the case and who helps the people of West Africa more. As we can see, we have negated every single one of their points, offering evidence after evidence after evidence on their points of a decrease in healthcare, on the environment, on the poverty and slums, and on the crime rate. We've negated all of their points. And so they've been reduced to attacking the legislation that has thus far only brought benefits. So in terms of practical logic and who helps the West African people more, we can clearly see that it's the affirmation, and that's why I urge you to side with us. Excuse me. Thank you.
Can my partner take the remainder of their downtime?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
That starts in 3, 2, 1, begin. That concludes the remainder of your downtime.
Great, then I'll begin whenever you guys are ready. Sweet. As my opponent stated, what this debate has come down to is what is best for the people in West Africa. And what we are seeing is that urbanization is not benefiting their lives. All of our opponents' points of education, ethical, cultural development, and even health all rely on the vague planning of the Urban Planning Act, which not only has not been stated what its true purpose is or what it even will do, but also does not show any real statistics of what has been happening in the less than a year it's been implemented. However, we've shown you the hard facts of what has been happening. For example, we can see that a 40 to 60% of people living in Liberian cities and Nigerian cities don't even trust their neighbors. We also see that 2 million children are being robbed of an education right now in urban cities because of violence and terrorism we're seeing across West Africa. We're seeing in Liberia that in an average slum, 3,400 people are sharing one tap for water. And we're seeing that in Nigeria, the housing shortage is at 17 million units. We're seeing that right now, urbanization is not good for these African Americans. We're seeing that it's not benefiting their lives at all. Their quality of life has been decreasing. While my opponents would have you believe that the Urban Planning Act of the UN will solve every single problem, it won't. They haven't shown how it will statistically change anything in the future. We're looking at the here and now with the harms and benefits, and all of their benefits are supposed benefits we'll see in the future from Planning Urban Act. But what we're seeing is that the deaths are rising in the city. We're seeing that right now 43,000 Africans are dying every year from natural emissions, 182,000 are dying from industrial emissions, and from biomass burning a whopping 430,000. We're seeing that all of these Africans are dying in these urban cities because of the poor infrastructure and the lack of education. We cannot stand for this. We need to look at the negative side effects of urbanization and not plan on the futuristic idea that the Urban Planning Act will solve every problem, because it won't. It simply won't accommodate for the overwhelming amount of death and lack of education we see right now in Western Africa. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Good debate, guys.
Thank you. Good debate.
Shaking hands virtually for sure.
Yeah, that was excellent, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, good job.
Very professional.
Thank you guys for judging.
Yep, great job, everyone.
Thank you guys for judging. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all. Good luck in the rest of the competition and the rest of your year and the rest of your day.
Thank you. Great job. Good luck in your tournament.
Thank you.
We still have some degree of weaponry and funds. However, it is not the actual physical defunding that matters. It is the perception by the public, which is what we explicitly said in our politics dis ad.
Do you have any questions?
I have some. Okay. When judging opponents array, I'm ready to begin cross-check.
Ready when you're ready.
Ready to begin. So, can you elaborate just more on what Stone Garden is?
So the Stone Garden Initiative is another, it's basically the same thing as the Urban Area Strategy Program. It's another similar program like that. It's used for slightly different places in the country. Each different type of DHS grant is allocated to like urban areas versus like coastal states or different parts of the country.
Would you say urban areas are more of a risk at like police militarization? Would you say police militarization is like a bigger problem in urban areas as opposed to like rural areas?
No, I'd say it's pretty prevalent no matter where you are, especially since your one example is Montana, a very rural state.
Okay. And then, so Stone Garden is run by the federal government, just to clarify. It's not like privately funded, right?
Yeah, both of the two other programs we mentioned were run by the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay. So you mentioned how they had all these stats on 1033 program. So can we really like trust those stats since it's already been shown that 1033 program has a huge lack of oversight?
What stats are you referring to?
You mentioned how it was like 5% are weapons and then 1% are militarized equipment of stuff transferred through 1033.
I think if that statistic is even anywhere in the range of being true, then I think it logically proves that there's not much going through the 1033 program as far as weaponry goes.
Okay, we have some cards trusting that. That's the end of the cross.
We'd like to run like 2 minutes of downtime.
I believe it's neg block actually.
Neg block,
yeah,
never mind.
block.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
We are going to run a little bit of downtime now.
2 minutes used.
Cool. I'm going to end that with 245 used.
Sounds good.
Can you pass me the pen? Yeah. Yeah, I was flowing with 2 red pens. It was really confusing. Okay. No new cards, just getting right into it. And then order will be off-case links and then voters. So, okay. Everyone ready? So first going to begin with the off-case issues regarding the disadvantages. They bring up this idea that the unionization doesn't matter because police are already perceived as powerful. They are conflating the links. The links to police being powerful is police militarization in itself and relates to the vigilante DA. That is why police are seen as powerful and able to protect their communities, which is why vigilantes do not act in the status quo. When police lose that perception and are seen as unable to affect their communities, vigilantes then step in for what they believe is the fill-in for crime. They are more violent. It leads to spillover. Moving on to the unionization disadvantage, they give you no reason to think that police unionization is inherent or uniquely wrong at this time. Or excuse me, the only example they've given against this is this idea that militarization or police unions existed before militarization, so that doesn't matter. But this is not true. We see that in the status quo, police unions are uniquely powerful at this point in time because of their ability to block criminal justice reform. We brought out the major lobbying groups that are police unions, and that the police in general will have massive backlash to any criminal justice reform, but more specifically to the 1033 demilitarization program with an affirmative plan. So we see that these specific links remove the political ability of police unions, and then therefore they cannot have the same power that they've had in the past, and then they are the key to general unionization. Loss of unionization in all sectors, which will domino effect essentially from the loss of police unions, leads to increased poverty. And then finally, the election disadvantage. Again, they give you no reason, except for one, that it would be a bipartisan bill, and this is a huge double bind they put themselves into. Either this bill passes bipartisanly, and as we've already stated, Joe Biden is already starting this process, so either this bill passes with bipartisan support and we don't need the affirmative plan, or it does not pass. It is a polarizing issue. It increases the ability for Republicans to use the very effective rhetorical strategy that says that Democrats are defunding the police, and then in that case, we then lead to the climate change issue. So either one, it is a bipartisan support bill that is not polarizing, and that leads to an inherency attack with the plan, or on the other hand, we see that it is a polarizing issue as we outlined in the election disadvantage. This leads to Republicans winning more elections, and that in turn leads to the climate change extinction impact. With that, we can establish the 4 easy voters in the round today. The first is the plan itself and its laundry list of issues, and then the 3 impacts: the poverty, climate change, and community policing, as they stated in their own framework. First, let's look at the plan. We've talked about the inherency double bind. We've talked about the topicality issues. The plan does not inherently work with criminals. The examples they give are working with civilians, making it civil justice reform. They don't actually try to charge anyone any differently. They try to change the practices that police are doing, and that, in effect, the issue of topicality is not the definition of policing. It is the definition of criminal versus civil justice reform. They are not working with criminals. They are not working within the criminal justice system. It is how the police use their practices against civilians. Therefore, it is a civil issue. Moving on to the solvency tax, my partner has already reiterated the circumvention exists because of private corporations, and Montana is not a great example because it still leads the nations in some areas with police violence, showing that either police violence is that police militarization is circumvented easily, the plan doesn't solve, or that police violence is not inherent to militarization, as I stated in the harms impact with the Agilor 17 card. So either they have one or the other. Either militarization is not inherently violent and there's other aspects of policing, or that circumvention is easy and allows for violence to continue in their own communities. Second, moving on to the poverty impact. As we've stated, this is an equally important impact to global multinational nuclear war. And we also see that there is no response to this. And if we want to talk about the community aspect and the safety of the communities, as they mentioned, as the framework for the round today, we can see that poverty is no way to go about this. And the only way that we can have people remove themselves from poverty or remain out of poverty is by strong unionization, which links directly to the unionization police, union collective bargaining disadvantage. Moving on to the climate change impact, they again have no response to this. We see no reason as to why Republicans don't win, specifically because of their ability to conflate defund the police with general criminal justice reforms. And as we stated, President Biden himself is in favor of the police demilitarization, and that was used as an attack ad, as him calling to defund the police. We see there's a direct link and a direct conflation by Republicans to do this in order to improve their own electoral chances, because it works as shown in the 2020 elections. They will employ this strategy in 22 and 24, retake the government and do nothing about climate change, leading to extinction in the long run. And then fourth and finally, let's look at their own framework of this idea of the health of the community. And this is a laundry list of impacts that relate to the negative case, but more specifically the vigilante violence. Even if there are some issues with police accountability, there is a shred of accountability and at least a method or a mechanism in order to prevent them from acting irrationally. However, there is no such accountability for vigilante justice, which will spill over into violence and will lead to the creation of, as we stated, Civil War 2.0, which is what these groups are actively looking for, and they need anything in their power to propagate and allow this idea to be fermented and be spread throughout the United States. And we see that they are able to do this when the perception of policing as an effective institution is reduced. So with the enactment of the affirmative plan, this makes police lose their power and their perception of power as conceded in cross-examination, because they are seen as less powerful in general. So when they are seen as less powerful in general, these vigilante justices believe they must step in to fill that gap from the increased crime that they perceive as happening, and then therefore they lead to right-wing vigilante violence. So in essence, the voters for the round today are the plan with the laundry list of impacts, the poverty, which is only solved by the negative unionization, the climate change, which cannot be solved with Republicans in office, and then fourth and finally, the community aspect of policing. Thank you.
As long as everyone else is ready, I think I'm just ready to go. Okay. So again, I'm just going to quickly go over some of the reasons that the NEG has given against our plan and why our plan is ultimately the only good solution that presented in this round. So they attacked our inherent, saying that Biden has re-implemented those Obama restrictions. So I would just like to tell you what these Obama restrictions are, as we have a card on this. I believe it is Bennett 2017. The President Obama was troubled too. He issued Executive Order 13,688 in January 2015 to put necessary oversight and protocols in place around law enforcement use of military weapons doled out by the federal government. Certain weapons like bayonets and tanks would become prohibited, and other weapons like mine-resistant ambush, protestant vehicles, and drones would be subject to tighter controls that include training, supervision, evaluating, auditing. So what that is essentially showing is that that plan did not actually get rid of the military weapons transfer through this program, merely restricted it. Furthermore, they've said that because our plan has bipartisan support, means that it would not be passed. But it means that we have no inherency. Well, it may have bipartisan support, but it doesn't have enough of it, and that is one of the issues, and I'll address how that's not really relevant with Montana later anyway. And furthermore, the government has shown no idea that about these 1122 programs and DHS terrorism grants, so therefore we can't assume that they know about them or know to get rid of them. They also said that our plan is non-topical because it doesn't change how police interact with criminals. This is simply false. We have a SWAT card on this that I will read later in my speech, but we also have a card from the federal government actually stating what they consider criminal justice reform. It's U.S. Department of Justice 2014. In the United States, the criminal justice system has a number of separate branches with the common goal of public safety. Police departments are a part of the larger criminal justice system. That includes prosecutors, courts, juvenile justice system, and correctional agencies such as prisons and probation parole departments. We have already established what police departments do and what is considered to be a reform, and I'll address later with the SWAT card how they do use these weapons on criminals. They also said that our plan will just get rid of unions entirely which would cause poverty because unions support 1033. This idea is just ludicrous that because they support something, if something happens that they don't like, they're just going to go away and have no power. Just because so unions existed before these plans. They existed before 1997 with 1033. They existed before DHS terrorism grants, which have been created since 9/11. And furthermore, there have been reforms since these restrictions have been added, and these unions still have power. They've not gone away. They have provided no evidence that our reform in particular, or why our reform would cause this. Also, they've mentioned this domino effect, which makes absolutely no sense, because even if you assume that this union goes away, you can't assume that others will, they just have no link there, really. They also, so that now moving on to the Montana part, it was passed with bipartisan support, but so their main argument is that this defund police will become, like, everyone will think that Democrats all want to defund the police, and therefore Republicans will make it to the White House and control the government. That makes no sense, because in the last election, people were concerned with defund the police, yet Democrats won the White House, Senate, and like all of Congress. So I don't see how that's really relevant, since that was an issue in the last election and Democrats still won. They also mentioned this vigilante issue, where police will still have power. We are not getting rid of all the weapons that police have. They just won't have grenade launchers, which are kind of unnecessary. They won't have bayonets and similar such things. Also, before 9/11, when this DDF terrorism grants were implemented, and before 1997 when 1033 was implemented, vigilantes did not run our country. There's no reason to assume that they would in the future. They said that militarization lowers crime and violence. We have cards refuting this that I will quickly address. So more harms causes violence. Edward lost 2018. Militarization has a positive and statistically significant association with the number of lethal force incidents. This suggests that militarization has an effect on the use of lethal force by police, specifically by increasing the number of spiked police kills. So that just shows that police kill more people and they have militarized weapons. Now getting into the all-important SWAT card. Kristen 2020. I'm just going to skip to the relevant part. Heavily armed SWAT teams, originally created for barricade and hostage situations, are widely employed beyond the intended purpose. Documented uses include arresting an unarmed optometrist for privately betting on football games, ransacking a backyard chicken coop, preventing unlicensed bobbering, and forestalling a suicide attempt by preemptively killing the suicidal man. So that basically shows that, first of all, the SWAT teams are abusive with this military force, and second of all, those are considered criminals because they did commit crimes. Therefore, it does relate how they interact with criminals. Kind of moving on, they said that police will get these private funding, yet they've provided no proof that they will get nearly the extent they get from the federal government. Therefore, we can assume only that they wouldn't. And my partner will address some of the other issues which they have presented against our case in our next speech. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna run some more downtown.
All right. I think that's all you have.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shoot, where's my timer? Everyone ready? Okay. Okay, so in my speech today, I'm going to go back over the attacks they've had on our link chains and our DAs, and then I'm going to do some impact evaluation and talk about voters. So in their last speech, they talked about how the Obama order doesn't eliminate the 1033 program, and because it doesn't have enough bipartisan support, there is no inherency attack. However, I don't know exactly how they're quantifying bipartisan support, since they just said in their own speech that the Dems won all houses of the government, so they don't even really need bipartisan support to pass these bills in the first place. Plus, with it being the Obama era order, Biden has already promised to go further than that, as we said in our cards, and that is just the first step that he took within his first few weeks of office. They talked about how getting rid of unions doesn't make any sense because they existed before 1033. However, all our cards are very time dependent. Comparing things over a span of pre and post 9/11 is a very bad idea because it doesn't take into account the huge political changes that have happened since then. Our cards talk about specifically how unions gain power from stopping police reform, and especially 1033. That is the direct link that they talked about when asking us for uniqueness, and that was stated explicitly in our cards. The police unions are very pro-police militarization explicitly. Again, they talked about how the Dems won government, and that proves that our politics dissad is incorrect. However, the Dems were favored to win the election by a landslide, and they lost a lot of ground in that election because of the defund the police movement, and they lost seats in the House. So this disproves the fact that just because they won one election doesn't mean that they didn't lose ground. They said that they won't talk about the existence of weapons before 1033 and how police kill more people. Well, even we have, just basically conflicting evidence on this point. That militarization doesn't cause an increase in the use of force incidences. And based on our own evidence from Montana and their evidence from Montana, the place where they say that this plan is essentially the same as, they have one of the highest numbers of shootings, fatal shootings in the country. So we don't really see that even if there is a correlation, it must not be that large. As for the impacts in the round, the best impacts, looking at the case of Montana and just overall, the best impact that the app has, even in a perfect situation where their plan passes and none of our DAs apply, the biggest impact they have is that communities are slightly better off in that there are a few tiny decreases in fatal shootings, as we can see in Montana, still being one of the highest fatal shooting rates in the country. They may marginally decrease the amount of shootings, whereas on the negative plan, you see the enormous impacts of poverty, climate change leading to extinction, and their own framework of communities and what's best off for them, with the idea of poverty being detrimental to the community and far outweighing any small decrease in police shootings, and the idea of vigilante justice and how vigilantes roaming in our communities would be inherently worse off for those people. And now I'd like to get into voters of the plan. Their plan fails on every stock issue. We talked about topicality and how they are not topical because they deal with things like Humvees and search and rescue, and like suppressing protesters. Just because they do in some cases interact with criminals with weapons doesn't mean they're topical. Our biggest topicality attack, the part about how this plan not only undermines solvency with circumvention through both private, local, and state government funding. They didn't talk about this at all. And not only does it make sure they have no solvency at all, but it actually makes the problem worse by allowing them to get weapons that they would not otherwise be able to get under federal jurisdiction. They also don't talk about the fact that there are two other Homeland Security programs that provide weapons in the status quo that they cannot solve for because it is not in their plan. They didn't talk about the fact that they don't have significance because most of the weapons through the 1033 program, they mostly don't send weapons. The vast majority of that 7.1 billion is just things like light bulbs and printers. Obviously there's an issue with their harms because either their harms exist, but they don't solve for them, as we can see in the example of Montana, or militarization doesn't cause violence and they're not solving an actual problem. And so we really don't see how, and with inherency, either this is bipartisan, it will pass in the status quo, or it triggers our link in our DAs. So we really don't see how they flow on any of the voters with the plan. The poverty impact of our DA, which has gone completely uncontested, the link to climate change DA, which has also had very weak arguments about Dems winning the government, even though they lost political power, and communities with the impact of poverty versus a slight decrease in fatal shootings.
How much downtime do we have? I think we've been
I
like.
think you have 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay.
All right,
We'd
we're
like
just
to run it. Tell us when we're out.
Will do.
Okay. When judges and opponents are ready, I think I'm ready to begin the last speech this time. Okay. Ready? Begin. So I'm just going to go over all the voters in the round this far and explain why the only correct ballot in today's debate is an F ballot. First, top county, which is a very big deal. They said we aren't topical just because our plan is not used on criminals. However, this is ludicrous. If police have military weapons, obviously they're going to be using on criminals. Just because our examples, some of our examples are of civilians, not the SWAT examples, those were on criminals. Just because some of our examples are on civilians does not mean this would also apply to criminals. Police absolutely use their weapons on criminals. We are to assume that changing the weapons will change the interactions they have with criminals. Our plan is absolutely topical on it because it falls under criminal justice by their own definition. Our plan is topical.
And also we read a card from the federal government stating what the criminal justice system is and stating how we are topical. So, and then we fit the definition of the criminal justice system. So we absolutely are topical. I'm not going to spend any more time on that. They said the police will just buy these weapons themselves through private funding. They can't buy it in the status quo. And we have a card on this. Our plan can only reduce militarization. So even if they can get their hands on some money, which they have provided little evidence that they will have enough funds to at least militarize to the same extent they are now, our plan only helps militarization. They haven't really attacked that these programs do solve for the issue. They just say there's a way to circumvent around it. It will not be substantial enough. And even if that is true, which they haven't provided a lot of evidence for, our plan can only reduce militarization. And like we said, we've read cards on this. Police rarely have the funds to buy military weapons in the status quo. Without these programs, they'd have even less funds and they'd have even less weapons. Logic goes. If we take our plan at the worst, it slightly benefits militarized policing. It's still better than the status quo no matter what. They said policy will get private. Yeah, so I'm not going to spend more time on private funding. Oh, yeah, so I do want to get into this Montana thing. They do not prove that Montana has gotten worse or has stayed the same after the passing of this bill. For all we know, Montana was number 2 in the nation's police killings before this bill. We don't know. They haven't provided any evidence to suggest that it has gotten worse. They've just said it is in the top 10. We have plenty of cards hailing this as the end of demilitarized police in Montana. We have plenty of experts saying that. We have plenty of experts saying the other states should follow. It would seem they haven't proven that Montana has gotten worse. We have proven that it has demilitarized Montana to some extent, at least. So even if it is in the top 10 of the nation, that has little relevance in the round because Montana has gotten better, if nothing else. My partner addressed the chain links. They're very long and they're very weak, so I'm not even going to get into them here. They also mentioned how the Democrats lost ground in the 2020 election, which is true. It is foolish to attribute all of this to defunding the police. There were many issues affecting the 2020 election, saying every single seat the Democrats lost or any ground that they lost in the 2020 election was solely because of the defunding of the police message. Solely because of defunding of the police message is pretty absurd. There's many, many elections affecting the 2020 election, as I'm sure you're all aware. They mentioned how not a whole ton of stuff is transferred to 1033, but we do have a card on what is actually transferred through 1033. And I also think it's worth mentioning that, again, there's very little lack of oversight in these programs. So even if we are to take what they said at heart value, there's still some doubt about whether it's even accurate because, like we said, there's a huge lack of oversight in these programs. Also, this doesn't even address 1122 or DHS, so it doesn't carry a whole ton of weight. But what is transferred through the 1033 program in the aftermath, Ferguson law enforcement agencies across the country have continued to receive military equipment and weapons of war. This is from our Human Rights Watch July 1st, 2020 card, by the way. 494 mine-resistant vehicles, more than 6,500 rifles, and at least 70 aircrafts. So they absolutely are transferring military weapons through these programs. Through 1033, if nothing else, we still solve for 1122 and the DHS. So our plan only helps, right? If you look at what has been said in this round, they haven't attacked that these programs will actually demilitarize. They just said there's a way to circumvent around it. They provided a little evidence, and my partner also addressed that, so I won't get into it here. But our plan can only help. So you are left with either the status quo or the AF world. The AF world is a world with far less militarized police, if not no militarized police. Their chain links of climate change and poverty is very weak and doesn't really apply. My partner got into that. So you're left between the neg world and the AF world. I think we have proven the AF world far outweighs the status quo, and that's why I believe it should be an AF ballot in today's debate. Thank you.
Thank you for judging.
Yeah, thanks a lot for judging.
Sorry, really quick. You said I wrote this down, and I'm now even confident that I got it right. On neg, first speaker was Grayson, second speaker was David.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Do you guys have any feedback from the round?
This is more Sam telling us to get feedback.
Yes. Are we
Yes. Skylar, go ahead.
Oh gosh, are you sure? Okay. All right.
Well, I'm guessing we have some common things. So why don't you go? You can pick your top one, and then we'll go around the horn.
I want to talk about the negative block. Okay, so I'm not going to give away anything about the decision, so don't read into my feedback. But I really dislike your use of time in the negative block. It is not a valuable use of your time to spend 8 minutes reading new defensive case positions and then leave everything else to the 1NR, right? Ideally, what a good negative block looks like is you want to split everything that already exists between you and your partners so that you can expand those positions and make them just unkillable by the 1AR. By doing this, you spread yourself super thin. It gives the 1AR chances to poke holes in your disads. What you really should have done, right, in an ideal world, you should add like 3 to 4 cards of new defense if you want. Move on to one of the disads, extend the impacts, flesh them out. I mean, they left you free impacts on the table, right? Like bring those through. And then if you really want, you can just like push the T forward as a time suck, right? And then your partner spends all his time on one disad and then kicks the other. And I know it sounds weird to say kick a disad because you're like, oh, but we're winning all 3 disads. Why would you kick one? Because you don't need 3 disads to win the round. You only need 1 good disad to win the round. And you want to be focusing. You don't want to be continuing to expand because all you're doing is making the debate messier and you're just giving the AF more opportunities to find little ways out. You want to focus it down to what you're really winning and get rid of stuff because it already did its job as a time suck, right? It doesn't need to stay in the debate anymore. So I really would have liked to see you format the negative block differently. I'll pass the torch of feedback.
So adding to that, I would say, why are you running inherency on a case when you're running a disad, right? Because particularly like you can run some inherency with like a linear disad, like a disad that's gets incrementally worse, right? So the more reform we have, something slowly gets worse, but your disads are all Brink type disads, right? It's an election trigger. It's police unions get gutted, right? It's triggering the giant boogaloo Civil War 2.0, right? These are triggering events. So if I was the 1AR and I'm kind of getting shellacked on the disads because, I said I left the impacts hanging out there. I thought some of the link attacks again in 2AC were okay. But if I'm realizing that, okay, like they've gone for this big spread, I would have said extend inherency. People are already marginally doing this, not to the extent that we are because like we're pulling back the weapons that were already given. That's the only difference that I would have given. But because people are already doing it, it completely takes out the unique links to the disad. So since Biden's already done this, they've already gone down. The GOP is going to use it against them already, and what's happened is going to happen with case or without. With respect to the unions, look, you're already, Biden's already put these things into place. They're already going to view that as a threat. The GOP is going to come after them. It's going to happen. The right wing's going to perceive, this already done because Biden's doing it, not this little, some of these technical things that we're implementing and some of these things in our plan. So the perception's already happened. You might as well save some community lives while we're waiting to inevitably die from climate change, poverty, and or the second civil war, right? Like, and so then case provides a minimal advantage. If 1AR would have done that, it's a slam dunk, right? Like, because then there's absolutely nothing out there. But yes, reiterating what Skylar said in the neg block, yes, split it. Don't try to add to it. Honestly, you all aren't fast enough to put out to run 3 disads in a round. I would put out 2 and then shell your solvency. Your solvency attacks are good, right? The Montana example is your specific Montana evidence is good, and then the private funding circumvention. Seed those in 1NC, and then depending on how they respond, pick them or leave them, depending on what you want to do. For affirmative folks, tell me where you are, right? When don't just go the links on the disads. Well, they're all different, right? You need to address those individually. So in your 2AC, follow the same order, right? If you don't want to reinvent the wheel, nothing wrong with saying, I'm just going to go the same order. On the election disad, I have 3 responses. The first one is that the Montana bill passed bipartisan. This type of thing has bipartisan. This election doesn't apply. Number 2, they have no brink to where you actually get to the climate change. What legislation are they talking about? What are they going to be able to do? I would respond to the impact in some way rather than just saying that's dumb. And actually put something there around like, well, what are the Democrats going to do to prevent us from getting there? Or if you have a card in your files that says global warming is inevitable, either one of those would have been fine. Then go to the next disad, give 3 or 4 responses, then to the next one, and then on to case. So following that same order helps people be able to track around. And it would be to your advantage when they have a messy negative block. If you're the more organized team, sometimes even if you're losing on the issues or their evidence is better than yours, you can still pull out a round just by being the most coherent.
Yeah, I'm sorry for saying it's dumb. I didn't realize that I actually left my.
Sorry, no. I was summarizing that because that's basically what it came down to. Was like that's delete, right? Sorry, not an ad hominem. Just, but that was basically the summary of the argument. Is as opposed to a coherent, logical attack on the argument.
I'll just add some minor stuff at the end. On the neg block, another thing for the 1NR, try to avoid taking prep time before the 1NR. So you had, I believe it was 2 minutes and 45 seconds of time that you took.
looks like we now have 3 judges, which means that we can begin. It looks like the first person I have on my list who is present is Mary Grace. Because I do not believe we have to take them in order. So Mary Grace, if you would like to come on up.
Can the judges see and hear me? Well, can you guys see and hear me well? Okay. I'm Mary Grace, and this is Thin Girls by Diana Clark. I always thought anorexia was a dinosaur, some relative, maybe the second cousin of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. There she is, pale beige and beautiful, long neck, slim build. She looks like a horse. Now, if only a horse were taller and transparent, and not a horse. She's a herbivore, of course. How she cranes her neck to nudge the leaves of a ginkgo with her snout, knocks fruit furries sends it tumbling down the hill for fellow creatures to feast. How she blinks, slow as her lope. She wants to make no mark on this world. Anorexia. Not even a footprint in the long grass. If you want to be graceful, it's best not to exist. The group leader always says that anorexia is a memory. Find what planted the seed of the disease in your mind, and only then can you recover. The group leader is showing us how to pre-eat. She lifts her hands into parentheses as if she were showing us the size of a fish. Not a very big fish. Still. The other girls in the group follow suit. Lifting hands, curving fingers, all trying to be one another. I follow too. I'm just trying to be human again. So I follow. The group leader says, now imagine what might be between my hands. Let's just imagine it's a sandwich. Can you see it? Can you see the sandwich? I can't. Of course, because there isn't one. But I do want to impress her. And I do want to recover it. And so I say, yes, I can see it. I can see the sandwich. But you know, girls like me, girls who can only think about the calories of anything, even when it's fake, for me, just thinking about it turns my stomach into ways that even hearing a word scares me. I dream of eating. I dream of ordering a steak, the biggest one, and holding it in my palms and let its blood seep through my fingers. There are girls who do that. Girls who buy a cart full of calories, cart full of groceries, and just sit at home and chew and spit and chew and spit, and just the flavor satisfies them. I want to be one of those girls. I want to recover. I just hate to eat. Whenever people ask me, whenever my teacher asks me to imagine something, to pretend something's real, all I can think about are the calories in it. Like how I know that a cherry has 5 calories in it, and the skin only has one calorie. How if you peel that purple epidermis with your teeth, swallow it, you've expended more calories than you've consumed. Almost exercise. That means if I just bite just a bit of anything, any sort of food, I've gained more than I've exercised. I could have just drinking water for the rest of my life. Why is it so necessary to eat? Why is it necessary to eat when we can exercise our life away so we can have the perfect body like everyone else? I want to eat. I want to impress my teacher. I want to make her feel proud of me. But I can't. Not with this body. Not when part of me thinks that the calories have consumed me because I've been constantly thinking about it and thinking about it. But I know in the future, in the far distant future, this body will be mine. This will be my body to control and to love. Thank you.
Thank you. See that Stella has taken the floor. I know I'm ready whenever you are.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Judges ready? Hello, my name is Stella Ordonez, and this is Forensics Nightmare by Deborah Karczewski. The original oratory that I will be presenting today is entitled The Psychology of Fashion and the Modern Teen. A common misconception today is that how one dresses indicates how one sees him or herself functioning in society. But I beg to differ. I believe that the way in which one dresses is actually a statement about how one wishes to be perceived. For example, is a person clad in all black truly a gothic personality, or might he or she truly be a timid soul who wishes to be seen as an intimidating force? Let us consider the latter scenario. This point of view is happily described in the following quote by Dr. M. Robert Goomer, who said, okay, wait, I know this. Honestly, I must have practiced this like 20 times last night and I knew every single word. This point of view aptly described as oh, now you're looking at me. Yeah, you, judge lady. For the past few minutes, you guys have been staring at the posters in front. Okay, I'm gonna have to hold my piece. There's like a fire alarm going on.
Yes.
I hope I can come back and redo it.
Oh yeah, totally.
I'm really sorry.
No, you take care of you.
I'll stand down. What's going on?
Like your mic. I don't know if you can still hear me or not. Probably. Maybe if somebody else takes the floor, it'll stop. Who's next?
Yeah, does Mason Nelson want to jump up?
There we go.
Are you able to hear me well? Right. Hello, my name is Mason Nelson, and this is How to Say It by Beth Stillman. I know what happens after you die. I take your family into a room with a box of Kleenex, and I say the word dead. Not expired because you are a person, not a carton of milk. And not passed on because families always want to believe that passed on just means that you were passed on or transported to another hospital. Dead. I have to say it. That's all they really teach you in medical training about how to deliver bad news. A 1-hour lecture, by the way. So we learned by watching our teaching physicians. We were their sort of constant audience in a theater of the bereaved. Taking note, how soft did they make their voice? How much technical jargon did they use before getting to the word dead? When did they pat someone on the back? And in medical school, they don't really teach you about death either. Sure, they teach you how to fight it, how to prevent it, how to deal with it, how to say it, but not how to face it. So if we, again, would watch our teaching positions, we would lurk near doorways, hallways, family rooms in the ER, anywhere we could soak up information. And I remember on my first night as a teaching position, we were working on the body of a 16-year-old boy with 8 bullet wounds in his chest and abdomen. We feel almost angry at his body. Is he bleeding? Is he breathing? Is his heart beating, for Christ's sake? I plunge a large breathing tube down his throat and then 2 large bore IVs, one going into each arm, and an even larger one goes into the groin. We pump 2 units of type O negative blood, trying to replace what he has lost. But no matter how fast we work, we can't work fast enough. And then the shrill shriek whine of the monitor meant to alert us when a patient is crashing, which we already know, so it feels less like a warning and more like a rebuke screaming in my ears. First, we lose his blood pressure, then his pulse. But he is 16, so I decide to perform a trauma Hail Mary, taking a 15 blade and cutting all the way from the nipple down to the bed, taking the scissors and cutting between his intercostal muscles. And finally, I take the rib shredders, put them between his ribs, and crack it open. It's like the moment after a lightning strike, deafeningly silent. Even his blood smells like ozone. I plunge my hand into his chest and pump his heart for him. I stretch my fingers down the length of his aorta, trying to feel for damage. But it is so frayed and riddled with holes that it disintegrates in my hands. I remember the first time I had to break the bad news to someone. We had to do it in the patient's bedroom because his adult daughter refused to leave his bedside. I'm sorry. He's dead. We did everything we could. After that, I was supposed to give her her moment alone. But I was stood there, paralyzed by a feeling of fear and failure, wondering, what would I do if that was my father? What would I do if that was the one I loved lying there dead on the table? What would I do then? My teaching position at the time realized what was happening. She grabbed my arm and yanked me out of the room and chastised me. I remember the exact words she said. Don't pretend that grief is yours when it's not. Don't pretend you're her if it's not the person you love lying on that table. Say you're sorry, mean it, and walk away. I look up and see that my own audience has formed, watching me, waiting to see what I'll do next. And in front of me is a 16-year-old boy. A 16-year-old corpse with a gaping hole in its chest. And his family will be here soon. So I turn to the head surgeon and say, as fast as you can, you have to close this boy up. And not even 10 minutes later, we hear a woman demanding to be let in, but we are not ready. We're still shoving sheets, surgical equipment, gauze, all into trash bags. And security tries to keep her out, but she is a tsunamic force demanding to be let in. And then a woman appears at the entrance, clearly his mother. I'm sorry. He's dead. We did everything we could. She takes a running leap towards her son, and luckily the nurse at the head of the table notices the large needle still in his body, keeping him together, and plucks it off just in time before his mother lands atop his body. She starts keening. It's a terrible sound. I'm sorry. He's dead. We did everything we could. Her body falls limp, and she grabs her dead 16-year-old son's fingers, pressing them against her lips and then her cheeks. I leave as soon as social services arrive, motioning for the others to follow. Maybe that's what they learn from watching me. How to walk away. And without a moment's notice, I am going to the next patient's room because I know that there are 40 different patients all out in the waiting room who are demanding immediate medical attention. And none of them can know I still feel the heart of a 16-year-old boy in my hands, weighing me down like an anchor. But I know that if I don't put this grief down, I may never remember that this loss doesn't belong to me. One day, grief will be mine. But not tonight. Thank you.
I see that Armin is in the room. If you'd like to mark yourself ready and come up to give your solo acting.
Hello. So I put my title in the chat. And judges, would you be timing me or should I time myself?
I am keeping time, but if you would like it on the screen, you can tell me how much time you would like so you can see it as well. You can also time yourself if you would like an external device.
Yes, could you put the timer on the screen, please?
How much
for
time
8 minutes? I think the maximum is 8 minutes. So I'll just
Okay.
Yeah. There it is. Thank you. Let me get situated here real quick. Okay. Judges are ready. I would like to begin right now. This stirring summation speech was taken from the transcript of the real death penalty trial of Leopold and Loeb, 2 young law students who killed young Polly Kessler in 1924. This crime is the most fiendish, cold-blooded, inexcusable case the world has ever known. That is what Mr. Horn has told this court. Your Honor, I've been practicing law a good deal longer than I ought to have, defending now for about 45, 46 years. During all that time, I've never tried a case where the state's attorney did not say that it was the most cold-blooded, inexcusable case ever. Certainly, there's no excuse for the killing of little Polly Kessler. There was no reason for it. It wasn't for spite, or hate, or money. The great misfortune in this case is money. Now, if your Honor should doom these boys to die, it'll be because their parents are rich, and I don't need to remind you that I'll defend just as hard for the poor as for the rich. Now, if I'd come into this court alone with 2 ordinary, obscure defendants who'd done exactly what these boys have done, and there hadn't been all this weirdness and notoriety and the sensational publicity, and I said, Your Honor, I want to gather a plea of guilty and let you sentence them to life imprisonment. Do you suppose the state's attorneys would raise their voices in protest? There's never been a case in Chicago where on a plea of guilty a boy under 21 has been sentenced to death. Not one. Yet, for some reason, in the case of these immature boys with diseased minds as plain as day, they say you can only get justice by shedding their last drop of blood. Isn't lifetime behind prison bars enough for this mad act? And must this great public be regaled with a hanging? For the past 3 weeks, I've heard nothing but the cry of blood in this room. Heard nothing from the state's attorneys but ugly hatred. For God's sake, are we crazy? You hang these boys, it'll mean that in this land of ours, a court of law cannot help but bow down to public opinion. And as cruel a speech as he knew how to make, the state's attorneys told this court that we're pleading guilty because we're afraid to do anything else, because we're afraid to submit this case to the jury. And Your Honor, I must admit that that's true. So of course I'm afraid to submit this case to the jury with responsibilities divided by 12. No, Your Honor. If these boys must hang, you must do it. It must be your own cool, deliberate, premeditated act. Now, state's attorneys have laughed at me for talking about children's fancies, but what does he know about childhood? Hell, what do I know? How many men are here today, lawyers, congressmen, judges, and even state's attorneys who haven't done some kind of wild act in their youth? The consequences didn't amount to much, and if we didn't get caught, well, that was our good luck. This was something different. This was the mad act of 2 sick children who belong in a psychopathic hospital. Do I need to argue it? Is there any man with a decent regard for human life and the slightest bit of heart that doesn't understand it? We're told that this is a cold-blooded killing because they planned and they schemed. Yes, but for months. You're the officers of the state who for months have planned and schemed and contrived to take these boys' lives. Talk about scheming! Your Honor, I've become obsessed with this deep feeling of hate and anger. I've been battling with it, fighting with it, until it has driven me mad. What about this matter of crime and punishment anyway? Through the centuries, our laws have been modified until now men look back with horror at the hangings and killings of the past. It's been proven that if the penalties are less barbarous, the crimes are less frequent. Do I need to argue with Your Honor that cruelty only breeds cruelty? That every religious leader who's held up as an example has taught us that if there's any way to kill evil, it's not by killing men. If there's any way to destroy hatred and all that goes with it, it's not through evil and hatred and cruelty. It's through charity, love, and understanding. Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, judges.
Thank you. I see that Zia Allen is in the room. If you would like to queue up, wonderful.
Yes, hello. Before I begin my piece, I would just like to show you that these pages are blank and I'm not reading off of anything. And can you see and hear me all right? Fantastic. Okay. Hello, my name is Zia Allen, and this is Phone It In by D.M. Larson. Of course, Jenny. I always have time to talk to you, a reporter of your caliber. Seriously, I mean it. You are one of the best. And I love promoting all the new projects I'm working on, especially this new animation I'm starring in. Little do people know that Snow White actually had a sister named Rose Red. She's spunky, feisty, and is what every little girl is going to be looking up to these days. You know, I don't think the world was ready for Rose Red until now. Finally, women have gone to the point where they can look up to a strong, independent woman. You know, Snow White was the kind of woman who was seen and not heard. But Rose Red, she is heard, and she is something. Oh, gotta go, Ginny. They need me. The producer has been amazing and incredibly supportive. Oh, bye-bye, kiss, kiss. What is this? The movie trailer? Why are we doing the movie trailer before we even do the movie? In a world. Really? You're starting with in a world? How original. Yes, I'm ready. Say action or something. In a world of magic, a dark threat threatens to destroy it. An evil dwarf roams the kingdom, and the prince has disappeared. But two princes have the power to stop this, and their names are Snow White and Rose Red. Wait a minute. Are you saying that I'm not Snow White or Rose Red? What am I? The ugly dwarf creature that brings the darkness? Oh, I'm an angel? Aw, how sweet. Yeah, I'd rather be the ugly dwarf creature. God, I never get anything interesting anymore. Just give me 1 sec. Hey, I thought I was the lead in this. No, I'm some stupid angel. Fine, I better not be getting a pay cut for this. God. Yes, I'm ready. Action! This once was a peaceful world where human and beast lived in harmony. What? Not angelic enough for you? Look, the audience does not care what I sound like. They just care about my name on your poster. They won't even know which character I am. Look, I don't want to do this, but I need the money and you need the star power. Seriously, I am the most famous person in this cast. Okay, so maybe my show was only a hit when I was 4 years old, but you know what? People loved me. They adored me. Women named their little girls after me. You know what? You did this to me. You sucked me out for all my cuteness and left me with nothing but bitterness inside it. I hate you all! I hate myself. Yes, I'm done. Look, can we get this over with already? I need some serious shopping therapy and the stores are about to close. In a world of magic, darkness threatens to destroy it. An evil beast roams the kingdom, stealing all its treasures. However, the earth used to depend on humanity to give and take, to be caretakers, not takers, givers and receivers, a perfect balance. But now, This evil creature is tunneling up through the earth, taking anything that glitters and shines. This evil darkness is known as dwarves. Though they were in few groups at first, there are now hordes of them coming up through the forests and hiding all their treasures in caves. But perhaps there's a way to stop this dwarven threat. If a warrior cannot defeat them, then I must find the light in the darkness, the good in the evil. No, I'm not doing it again. I am not getting paid enough for you to play director here. How many films have you directed? 2. Well, you know how many I've started? Well, more than 2, that's for sure. And I'm only half your age. Where is he going? Aw, did I hurt his feelings? Maybe you should have brought his big boy pants to the studio day. Hello? Oh, hi, Donna. Yeah, I'm just in this back alley recording studio. Perfect on the first take, as always. The director called you? What did that wonderful man have to say? What? He can't fire me. This cartoon needs me. This cartoon is nothing without my name on it. Last chance? Last chance for what? Hey, can we talk about this later? They're all staring at me. Yeah. Bye-bye, kiss. Now, where were we? Maybe I could take that line again. Maybe I could say it in an accent. This cartoon's German, right? I could say it in a German accent. This once was a peaceful land where humans and beasts lived in harmony. See? You're laughing. Maybe comedy is what this cartoon needs. And wait, where are you going? Wait, please. I haven't saw my lights yet in 100 different ways. Please wait. I need you. Please don't go. Please wait. Please. I'm all alone. Talking to myself. Do I always talk to myself? Maybe it's because I think someone's listening. Hello? Anyone? Anyone listening? Hello? It's just me. Thank you. Thank you all so much for judging.
Let's see if Marissa Crabtree would like to come up.
Hello. If you could just give me a moment to adjust my camera. Right. That's 2. Okay. Okay. I'm ready when you are. Hello, my name is Marissa Crabtree, and today I will be performing Mrs. Sirkin by Christopher Durang. Dear theatergoers, welcome, and how lovely it is to see you all this fine evening. I am here to tell you all about theater and why we leave our homes to come see it. Assuming we have left our homes, that is, but of course you have all left your homes and you're here, so welcome. Now, I had prepared notes for this specific occasion, and I may or may not have forgotten those notes on my table at home. So I will be making all of my comments from memory. Now, I think we should begin with etymology, which is the history of the word. The word we have being drama, from the Greek word dran, which means to do, and which relates to the English word drain, which means to exhaust one totally, and with the modern pharmaceutical sedating tablet, Dramamine. Now, Dramamine is also the name of a drug used to treat air sickness, seasickness, and a general sense of nausea, or nausea, as Jean-Paul Sartre might say, perhaps over a cup of espresso at the Paris bistro. Ah, I must say how I adore Paris in the spring. Or, more accurately, how I would adore Paris in the spring if I'd ever been. But Mr. Sorkin and I don't do much traveling, so I have never been to Paris, which is fine. Completely fine. I love my husband. And now we have the word theater, which is derived from the Greek word theastai, which means to view, usually with your eyes. You view with your eyes, and we also have the Greek god Dionysus, and he is the god of wine and revelry, but also the father to modern drama as we know it. Now, the Greeks saw the theater in the open air, much like how the late and wonderful Joseph Papp used to make us see Shakespeare. Now, Shakespeare's language is kind of difficult for us to understand in the modern age, but how much easier when there is a cool breeze and you don't have to pay. I mean, come on, if I have to pay and it's hot, I don't really like Shakespeare, which I probably shouldn't say, but he is a brilliant writer. He is a wonderful writer. It's just 750 plays is a bit much to see in one lifetime. And onwards, back to the Greeks, we have the Greeks who saw the theater in the open air, and they went to find the drama that they saw to evoke terror and pity. And nowadays, we really have enough terror and pity in our own lives, so rather than going looking for terror and pity, we go looking for slight irritation and a general sense of identification. And the question really is, did the Greeks really experience terror and pity? And if so, what was in all that matricide and patricide that so affected them? I mean, I know that seeing Greek drama nowadays really baffles me. I mean, it's just so different from my own life. I mean, I wouldn't say that my life with Mr. Sorkin is something anyone would really wish to star in. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, it's a little bit boring, which, you know, boring can be fine too, you know. It allows for a nice relaxed life. I mean, nothing popping out of the closet every 5 seconds, right? But back to my theme. Drama from the Greek word dran. So we go to the theater and hopefully we feel a sense of identification and maybe some slight irritation, and we return to our homes and we'll slip into bed, me next to Mr. Sorkin, and we'll fall into a deep REM sleep, dreaming God knows what mysterious messages from our teeming unconsciousness. And in the morning, we'll wake up to the light of a new day, of all burgeoning possibilities. And hopefully we don't forget our notes for the big speech we have to do. And I think we wake up to the light of a new light. Light is from the Greek word lukos, meaning light, and from the Latin word lumen, meaning illumination. And light is certainly a thing that we're talking about currently. Light. What needs light? Plants need light. Plants need light to grow. Could people need art to grow? It's possible. Now, there is something I'm trying to articulate between plants and theater and light and art, and I just can't seem I just can't seem to get it in my mind. I think it might be about photosynthesis, because photosynthesis is the ingestion of light by plants to grow. And could we be going to the theater desperate for help in photosynthesis? Yes. So we go to the theater and we're desperate for help in photosynthesis because you are all the plants in the audience, and text of the play is the light, and the actors are helping it together. So we go to put the light together and have it help us grow, because art helps us grow. So it all ties together. So photosynthesis and plants and theater and light. And I think that was what I think that was my whole point this entire time. That was definitely what I was going for. And I should probably wrap up because I know you are all so excited to watch the play that you are about to watch, and I can't quite remember what play you guys are about to watch, but it is sure to be splendid, and hey, hopefully it'll leave you slightly irritated. Maybe you'll identify with something. So, after my humbly offered words on theater, I will leave you all with the play. Thank you. Thank you for judging, and have a good evening.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations on making it to finals, everyone. I forgot to say that when I started, but congratulations, everyone here, for making it to the finals.
Hi. Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna actually, one second. Sorry. Okay. Judges ready? Hello, my name is Stella Ordonez, and this is Forensics Nightmare by Deborah Karksuski. The piece that I will be presenting today is an original oratory entitled The Psychology of Fashion and the Modern Teen. A common misconception today is that how one dresses indicates how one sees him or herself functioning in society. But I beg to differ. I believe that the way in which one dresses is actually a statement about how one wishes to be perceived. For example, is a person clad in all black truly a gothic personality? Or might he or she truly be a timid soul who wishes to be seen as an intimidating force? Let us consider that latter scenario. This point of view is aptly described in the following quote by Dr. M. Robert Goomer, who said, okay, wait, I know this. Honestly, I must have practiced this like 20 times last night, and I knew every single word. This point of view aptly described as Oh, now you're looking at me. Yeah, you judge lady. For the past few minutes, you've been staring at the posters behind me. You know, I'm perfectly aware that diagrams of an army of sperm swimming towards one puny little egg are a lot more interesting than I am. But come on. I'm up here busting my butt trying to impress you.
and your eyes are glued to the sex ed show behind me. You know, there ought to be a rule about what rooms they can use for these stupid contests. Like no room can be used that might be a distraction for the judges. Or the only people who can judge are those who already know about the birds and the bees. No, don't say a word. Don't you dare interrupt me. I still have time. I still have, what, like 5 minutes? Yeah. Don't take my time. It's mine. It's my time. I worked so hard. You know, I spent weeks writing and rewriting my original oratory, and then with my pain in the butt coach, edited it like a scribbling maniac. I rewrote even more. And then I memorized for weeks. It doesn't come easily to me. You know, not like Clarence Darrow over there. I mean, who does he think he is, anyhow? With his perfect suit and his preppy tie and his pences and his thuses. I mean, please, I bet it was a snap for Lawyer Boy to learn his original oratory. And every single stinking competition, you guys pick somebody like Clarence Darrow over there because he's so squeaky clean, so la-di-da. But how about, for once, picking somebody who's had to sit through hundreds of these stupid contests and see everyone win except her? Huh? Oh, I know. It's not if you win that matters. It's how you play the game. Baloney! You want to tell me that all these people are here to sit for hours, to sweat like pigs, to listen to their stomach acids churn, to watch an endless train of people recite their boring speeches because they like to play the game? No, I know. Rejection thickens the skin. It builds character. It prepares you for the real world. Baloney! If rejection thickens the skin, then I must be a freaking armadillo by now. It builds character. Character? Look at me. I'm having a nervous breakdown in front of my speech competitors. In front of Clarence Darrow. In front of the first judge to ever listen to a word I've said, despite the fact that I'm standing in front of a sexual egg attack. And how is this supposed to prepare me for the real world? Like, am I going to look down at my patient on the operating table, take one step forward, and begin my original oratory? Don't give me that line about speech competitions are a wonderful way to make new friends. Because people here aren't even nice, you know? Not 10 minutes ago did that girl over there come over and start to ask us all where we went to school. And when it was my turn to answer, I said, Chesterville High School. And Miss Press over there just lifts her nose up higher than it already is. And goes, never heard of it. Hello? This is Chesterville High School. We're hosting the competition. And you want to know the worst part? I don't even hate you guys, you know? I should hate you. It would make things a lot easier. But I don't. Not even Clarence Darrow. Not even Miss Nose in the ozone layer. I don't hate any of you. And you know why not? Because I want to be just like you, you know? I want to be confident and self-assured. I want to be able to dress for success and not feel like I'm in somebody else's body. No, sit back down. I still have time. I still have time. It's just not fair. Why can't I do those things? Why can't I write a speech that would make my judge say, I have never read anything so perfect. Don't change a word. Why can't I make my audience cry with empathy and
shake with spontaneous laughter. Why can't I walk and talk at the same time, for heaven's sake? You saw the beginning of my speech. I'm perfectly aware that my gestures look stiff and contrived. I should. Those words have been written in every single judge's critique that I've ever received. The psychology of fashion and the modern teen. What a lame title, isn't it? And you want to hear the irony? It doesn't matter what I wear, you know? If I dress like a lawyer wannabe, or a goth, or a grunge, or even a clown, it wouldn't make an ounce of difference. I'd still be me. I'd still try so hard to be someone important, someone worthwhile. But I'd still just be me. Oh, that was kind of embarrassing. What did you say? Okay, I think that's all I've got to say. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for judging so much, guys. Thank you. I believe we have one last person, and that is Marissa Abston. So if you would like to step up.
Judges ready? Awesome.
Walking into our apartment, I heard the scariest sound of all. Silence. A blurry EMT broke it with, "I'm sorry." The other EMT surmised she had her death was between 4 to 8 hours earlier, judging from the condition of the body. Their voices and eyes were gentle, but it's difficult to convey sympathy, masked, gloved, and socially distanced. 6 feet might as well have been 6 light years. Death and Time of Rona by Vicky Gottlieb. Under that white sheet weighing 72 pounds, my mother was like a spill that you throw paper towel over. 3 years ago, when her age matched that weight, she lived in Westchester, suburb of New York, where she fell down the stairs, broke her neck, had spinal fusion and surgery, and rallied. COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, remained a big obstacle, and the reoccurrence of lung cancer a bigger one. And I thought she was doing good. The lesions were responding to immunotherapy. And she kept beating the odds. Yeah, after rebounding from burying her parents one after another at 26, 2 cheating spouses, and a son who severed ties. And despite having a terminal disease, I thought she was invincible. Then she caught the flu in October. Suffered congestive heart failure in February, and that Tuesday morning in March, she was dead on my arrival. I was stunned, as if the day before we'd enjoyed a leisurely lunch followed by a long stroll. Given that my mother ate little and exercised less, we rarely lunched or strolled, but I visited her thrice weekly. A couple of weeks ago, before COVID-19, or while COVID-19 was still making its way from the middle of the newspaper blurb to the headlines, I stopped going. My mother, a poster child of underlying issues, would not have been able to survive the virus. Our relationship resembled that of an only child and a single parent. I in the mother role. This started in high school. Devastated by my father's adultery and subsequent divorce. Alone for the first time in her life, she needed hand-holding. I missed 19 days of 12th grade to do it. And the scenario repeated itself 30 years later, when my stepfather left her for a not so much younger woman, prioritizing need over love. She never would have left either of them. By default, I assumed responsibility over her physical and mental well-being, from finding her an apartment to ensuring she saw our grandchildren regularly. People said I handled the role with grace. But in truth, though sympathetic, I resented her. Mom told anyone who would listen that I was her saving grace, yet she rarely listened to me. On his way out, the burly EMT ripped off his glove to shake my hand. An unremarkable gesture at any other time. He broke the PPE, personal protective equipment barrier, during a pandemic. A show of respect and sympathy for my loss. I shook it. And then I ran to the kitchen and washed my hands with dish soap. A report had to be filed, and detectives were coming. They saw no foul play, no need for a medical examiner. That was a good thing, said the female police officer, because they were very busy at the moment. She told me to gather what I wanted or needed, like a burial outfit. Since I neither lived there nor was on the lease, they had to seal the apartment. I began sobbing. Death had separated me from my mother, and now the law was trying to rob me of my connection to her. Jewish burials usually take place between 24 to 48 hours after death. Pandemic is not accepted, except that these were extraordinary times. Expiring at home from natural causes deemed my mother an ordinary fatality. still, these were extraordinary times. Social distancing meant no friends could come console me. That the rabbi I wanted for the service had to stay at home and couldn't leave her 4 children. My husband and I brought my mother's funeral outfit to the funeral home. She owned 5 identical white pussy bow blouses, 4 tulip skirts in different colors, and a black and brown pair of loafers with star cutouts. I chose the black and brown pair of skirt. Oh God. I chose the brown skirt and loafers. Considering a gathering was now bound to a 10-person pandemic limit, the service leader, gravedigger, and funeral instructor counted. The 5 of us must have appeared paltry next to that gaping hole. Still, my mother would have wanted it that way. She considered mass graveside attendances and multiple eulogies a violation of privacy. This was the perfect time for her to die. She hated company but craved attention. And with life at a standstill, everyone would hear about it, but no one could come. I picked a plot under a large tree because my mother, she loved trees. And this one's bare branches hung in an upside-down U like open arms. And in the heat of the summer, its leaves would shade her. Staring out into the stillness and hush that is not Manhattan, I was one among too many here and elsewhere who had lost a loved one. The deaths from COVID-19 will be a matter of historical record. And I'm afraid that the ones that coincide won't be recorded at all. Like many, I long for my pre-COVID-19 days. The things I took for granted. Restaurants, theater, my mother. Oh God, but unlike many, I fear the end of this too. I'm afraid that in the after coronavirus rush to resume their lives, my friends will forget my mother died. I'm afraid that they'll expect that in the purgatory of isolation that I finished grieving. I'm afraid that instead of my mother's memory being a blessing, she'll be remembered for dying a generic death in a time of corona. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that we have now had all of our competitors, and we will work separately on our ballots. I hope everyone had a great time and a good tournament. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the competitors and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
But it is important to understand that intent
This meeting is
is not
being
the same as
recorded.
impact. And what you say and what you do has real consequences in the world. And even after my entire speech, if you're still stuck on the term racial colorblindness or the phrase, I'm blind to race or I don't see color, etc., let me just say this. For those that are really colorblind, medically colorblind, even in the most severe cases, can still tell the difference between black and white. Thank you. And thank you for the last 4 years. Thank you.
All right, great job, Jasmine. Yeah, it's always nice to get seniors that have been doing DDF their entire high school career to get to do a command performance on their senior year. That's always a little special. All right, well, we have one final command performance tonight. I think everybody's really going to enjoy this one. It's a very high energy. It's a lot of fun. For those of you that didn't get to do a lot of group pieces this year because of restrictions by your school or by your district, this next piece is going to be a duo interpretation. So there's two kind of duo events. There's duet acting and there's duo interpretation. Duet acting tends to be from a play or from a movie. It involves blocking, maybe some minimal props. This is going to be duo interpretation. So it'll be a little bit different. It's all kind of this offstage focus. And typically from lots of different sources if available, but you have a lot more wider variety of what you can pull from. But usually one of the really interesting and really fun pieces to get to watch, especially at the state level. So doing their interpretation from Sitka High School, please welcome Darby Osborne and Addie Polson.
And then make ourselves the big screen so we can see ourselves.
How do we do that? We're unmuted
Click,
already.
Yeah, I know, but just click on the picture and then we get
awesome.
And then pin video.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay.
Good afternoon, 8th graders! We've temporarily kidnapped your teachers and infiltrated your regularly scheduled assembly on dress code compliant footwear to bring you the following public service announcement.
Over the next several minutes, you'll get a series of
Tips and tricks to help guide you.
Your upcoming 4-year nightmare.
So please listen carefully as we change your life.
Presenting for the first and only time
how to succeed in high school
without really trying. Hello, I'm Darby Osborne.
And I'm Addie Polson.
And this is How to Succeed in High School Without Really Trying.
By Jonathan Rand. Lesson 1, homeroom.
Homeroom is the easiest beginning to everyone's day, but there is one crucial component that you must handle with great care.
Attendance.
If you miss too many days, it could land you in some pretty big trouble.
Which is why we suggest this simple workaround.
And that is...
legally change your name to what?
Here's how it works. Now that your name is legally what? If you can't make it to roll call, no problem. Your trap has already been set.
Felicia Walkers.
Present.
Robert Walters.
Present.
Erica Weinstein.
Present.
What?
Present.
Jennifer Wilkins.
Present.
And just like that, you've got yourself a devoted and completely unaware accomplice. Thanks, Erica Weinstein.
What?
Other than what, there are plenty of other names you can choose from as well, such as, huh, sorry, and repeat what you said a second ago.
Be sure to proceed with caution, however, such names can have some confusing ramifications later in life. 911 emergency response.
Hello, I'm sorry, my wife's having a baby.
Okay, stay calm, sir. What is your wife's name?
That's right.
Sorry?
Yes.
Wait, who's having a baby?
My wife.
What is your wife's name?
Uh-huh.
What?
Exactly.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm sorry.
Wait, this is confusing.
You're saying we're both sorry.
I'm saying I'm what?
Wait, are you sorry or what?
Sir, what is the emergency?
Yes, what is the emergency?
I'm sorry?
No, I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
I've been sorry since high school.
I get it. Your names are what and sorry. That's hilarious. I pulled that same exact trick in high school.
No way. What's your name?
Say that again.
What's your name?
Say that again.
What's your name?
Say that again.
I'm having a baby. Yeah, can we get that ambulance?
Right away.
Lesson 2, English.
There is one simple rule in any English class.
And that is?
No matter what you say.
Say it with 100% confidence. It's the golden rule of English class.
even if you don't know what you're reading. Just say it with all your heart. So here's some examples of what to say, regardless of the literature being discussed.
When the following themes come up,
darkness,
blackness,
albatross,
raise your hand and say, that's a metaphor for death.
Also, no matter what book you're reading, if there's a mother in it,
mention Freud. And no matter who the protagonist is, claim their Christ figure.
Other surefire methods include
stroking your chin,
nodding,
stroking your chin while nodding,
and whenever possible, using the word
juxtaposition.
For example,
it's absolutely Freudian how the Christ-like protagonist is juxtaposed with the albatross of death. Lesson 3. Math.
Math is hard.
Like way hard.
So hard that cutting corners isn't really an option.
Which is why we say, if you can't beat them, join them. And here's how. Step 1.
Identify a math partner.
This must be, without a doubt, the best person at math in your class.
We're looking for a very specific brand of students, so the selection process is key.
Allow us to demonstrate. Say you're a girl.
I'm a girl.
And you're looking for the best male math lead in your class. First, you must carefully scrutinize your options.
Subject A. With the subject's higher than average definition of arm muscles, this likely means he is spending more time in the weight room than the math room, and as the saying goes,
if he's willing on his pecs,
he is not solving for X. Physique test
failed. Subject B. Determine if subject's cologne can be smelled at a 10-yard radius. Cologne check.
Eternity for men.
It can therefore be inferred that subject spends more time looking at what's in his mirror than what's in his parabola. Smell test failed.
Subject C. Attempted wearing socks with sandals. Style test
failed. Subject D. Note subject's 5 o'clock shadow and barbed wire tattoos likely indicates subject is well into his 20s and taking basic algebra for the 3rd or 4th consecutive year. Age test failed.
Subject E.
Below average physique.
Faint odor of generic body brand soap.
Attempt at matching yellow and purple.
Dora the Explorer lunchbox could indicate a young age.
Furthermore, this young age could indicate a skipped grade.
Ladies and gentlemen,
jackpot. Step 2. Carefully arrange a social interaction.
Do you want to go out?
Yes. Step 3.
Automatically master math through
osmosis. By merely spending time with your partner, knowledge of theorems and equations will effortlessly seep through your pores.
And instantly, with almost zero effort, you become a math expert.
Step 4.
And this one's important.
Fall in love forever.
This isn't like in the movies where the girl tricks the math nerd only to then dump him and run off with the starting quarterback. This is real life.
And in real life, even though Algebra Boy may seem awkward and socially inept,
it's only temporary.
And in 10 years, when the cool kids have long lost their cool, Math Man has grown up to be the most centered, most driven, best option available.
So in 10 years, would you rather have landed the starting quarterback?
Hey babe, can you get me a beer? The game is about to start.
Or the math nerd?
Yes, you do the math. Lesson 4, science.
Mnemonics to help students understand scientific concepts.
Mnemonics are simple words or phrases that help jog the memory.
For example, to memorize the taxonomic classifications of kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, and species.
Just think, King Philip came over from Great Spain.
An expression that regularly comes up in everyday conversation.
Yo, Kyle, what's up, dude?
King Philip came over from Great Spain, bro.
No way, see you later. Such mnemonics are outdated and therefore no longer useful. So we suggest these updated versions.
To memorize the animal kingdoms of Monera, Protista, plant, fungi, and animal.
Just think, my pants feel pretty awesome. Or to remember the 4 DNA components of guanine, adenine, thymine, and cytosine. Just think, go away Tom Cruise. It's that easy. Lesson 5, phys ed.
Some students like physical activity in their daily lives,
but not normal students.
You to remove all sports from your high school day.
And that is?
Let your voice be heard.
We are sick and tired of the barbarism, of the violence, and of the inhumanity. Yeah.
These deteriorating sports are crushing our minds and our bodies.
Yeah, just look at what happened to little Timmy Johnson's finger.
I mean, it hurts a little.
Yeah.
No more hockey puck baskets.
Yeah. No more curveball pucks.
Yeah. And we have had it up to here with the holes in 1.
Holes in 2.
And most of all, the holes in 3.
Yeah, we will no longer stand idly by in our peace-loving learning sanctuaries as these high-impact death-a-thons known as volleyball, kickball, and tetherball are thrust upon us, especially when it's raining out. Once the school board bends, make sure they don't just change volleyball to badminton.
Or tennis to ping pong. Such activities still require you to move your legs.
So please don't give up until you've won the race.
And by that we of course mean the figurative race. An actual race would involve legs.
What do we want?
held back activities that barely resemble actual sports.
When do we want it?
Third period.
And after that, phys ed will never be the same. And that concludes our final lesson.
We hope you'll apply some of what you learned today and succeed in high school with flying colors. And if you fail, we're sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
This has been
How to Succeed in High School
Without Really Trying.
You're welcome.
All right, great job. Okay, well, that's going to do it for all of our command performances. Great job to everybody, all the participants that competed throughout the weekend, all the judges that helped out, all the volunteers. Everything was actually went off very, very smoothly for a state tournament. And as much as we wish we could feature so many more pieces that performed, we are so thankful to get to have all these wonderful pieces do our commands. And so that's it from me. We're going to send it over to Steve Johnson with the awards ceremony.
Well, first of all, thanks very much to Christian for emceeing our award ceremony. Big round of applause, Christian. You can't hear anybody but me applauding, but trust that everyone out there is excited. We're going to take just a couple minutes to get things set up, and then we're going to be back to start awards. So hang with us. It should just be a couple of minutes, folks. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience as we try and work through all of the sort of technological issues that we've been facing. We are facing one very small one at the last minute that's not going to stand in our way of doing an award ceremony. So for those of you whom I haven't met yet, my name is Steve Johnson. I'm the director of the debate program at the University of Alaska Anchorage. I'm also the tournament host for the 2021 Alaska School Activities Association State High School Drama Debate and Forensics Championships. So though I said it a couple of days ago, I want to express it again to you today. Welcome so much to all of you. Despite the circumstances that we have all faced over the last year, despite the fact that we can't all be together in either regular season meetings or at our culminating event for the year, our state championships, it is nonetheless wonderful to see the level of grit and tenacity and perseverance and resilience that you all have demonstrated over the course of this year, and particularly that you are all able to make this tournament happen. So there are a whole number of people that need to be thanked for this. And I want to start at the top of that list by recognizing the Alaska School Activities Association. They have faced probably what has been one of the most challenging years of their entire existence. And I think that they've done a remarkable job of supporting all of those students and all of those professionals, all of those teachers, all of those community members and volunteers and their community partners who so much wanted for activities to continue on throughout the school year. A vitally important part of what the experience of young people seeking their education is to be able to develop skills in particular areas, to develop relationships based upon the common striving for those skills. And that ASA was willing to continue to support that in the face of all these challenges, I think definitely deserves a great deal of applause. And in particular for making this tournament happen. They came to me very early in the year and they said, we want to make this happen. What can we do? And fortunately, we had some really good partners to work with, and they were very supportive of just about every request that I made. So my most sincere thanks on behalf of the entire drama debate and forensic community to the Alaska School Activities Association. We'd also like to say a gigantic thank you to our title sponsor for this tournament. That's First National Bank of Alaska. First National Bank has been with the State Drama Debate and Forensics Championship, has been the title sponsor for the State DDF Championship for just about as long as I've been involved with the state championship, which now is bordering on 26 years. So my most sincere appreciation to First National Bank for supporting this event and for recognizing the value of letting students explore who they are, communicate with their peers and with the community, and truly find their voices to develop themselves and to develop those around them. So a sincere thank you to them as well. A number of groups of people deserve thanks for all of their work over the course of the last few days. Probably top of that list in my book, because it saved me a great deal of stress and anxiety and heartache. Top of that list would be Sean Briscoe, who has for many years served as the tab master for the State Drama Debate and Forensics Championship. This year, despite the fact that I couldn't entice him into serving in that role by promises of flying to Alaska and having opportunities to eat at his favorite restaurants, he was willing to sit in his house in Phoenix for the last 3 days in front of his computer, ignoring his family and his many other responsibilities, and managing all of the tabulation for this tournament. So if you want to light up chat, I know Sean is in here with us right now. If you want to light up chat and let Sean know how much you appreciate him, how much you value the work that he's done, if there is credit to be given for making this tournament run on time and for the registration process to be done smoothly, it almost entirely goes to Sean Briscoe. So my most sincere appreciation to him. I want to say thank you to all of the members of the Seawolf Debate Program who endured my impatience and anxiety over the course of the weekend, my shortness and brevity of temper is one good way to put it. As I was trying to get things moving, they were always calm and quiet and willing to jump in at anything to serve as judges for the ongoing tournament. And amongst those people, I want to say a special thank you to John Schultz, who was our assistant director of debate at the University of Alaska, a former DDF participant in the Anchorage community, as well as a former competitor for the Seawolf Debate Program. John has been involved in debate in Alaska just about as long as I have. So it's really terrific to have him here with us. He did a fantastic job running the extemp draw all weekend and managing a number of problems that he had to solve over the course of the weekend to make it appear as if the tournament was running smoothly. And at the end of the day, that's really all you want from a tournament, is to make sure that it looks like it's going well, despite what's happening behind the scenes. my final and biggest thank you, and particularly if they're here, I want all of you to recognize this thank you for now, not the last thank you of the day, but the last thank you for now, goes to all of our community judges. So many people gave up time and effort and attention and their critical capacities to provide you with not only the rankings and selection of champions for this year's iteration of the championships, but also for all of the terrific feedback that goes to students. The thing I love about DDF is it recognizes excellence, but it also fosters excellence insofar as not only do we provide a benefit to those people who win the accolades from each individual competition that we have and each individual event that we do, but it also trickles down to every student who wants to improve. And the feedback that comes from judges, the time that they give to that, the very deep and sincere concern to make sure that they're doing a good job is always something that absolutely warms my heart when we host this tournament. The number of conversations I have with judges where they want to make sure that they are selecting students on the right criteria, they are promoting those students whom they believe are best, they want to make sure they're giving good quality feedback, and they do so toiling away again at their computer screens long and hard after the rounds have ended is definitely worthy of your appreciation. And it was kind of fantastic this year to see so many familiar faces return. Despite the fact that there are disadvantages to being online, one of the major advantages is that we get to invite judges from just about anywhere. We could never afford to fly these judges in from all over the United States to come and judge this weekend. But they were more than willing to log on to the computer and do so. So my most sincere appreciation and thanks to all of those judges who did that. We're going to now proceed on to giving you some awards, because I think that's what you're really interested in hearing about. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the very first set of awards differently from how we're going to do awards for everything else. So I'm going to start with Reader's Theater, and it's going to be a little less dramatic than I would like it to be, and then we're going to be able to make it be eventually. So bear with me as I recognize the finalists and then the third, second, and first place in Reader's Theater. Here's what I would ask you to do. I would ask you to fill the chat with your appreciation and congratulations and enthusiastic cheering for all of the people who are recognized today. We're recording this and the chat gets recorded as well, so we can share this out with everybody. So everybody who has the ability to take a look back at chat and know that you're out there giving them love and giving them appreciation and giving them accolades for all of their efforts. By all means, they'll be able to see that in chat. If it flies by because it's too full, that's great. They can print it out and they can read it in their own time. So we can't clap for one another, but we can fill that chat up. Please do so. In Reader's Theater, there are 3 finalists. In 6th place from Mount Edgecombe High School are Marissa Crabtree, April Wyatt, and Emily Hill. Yay! In 5th place from Sitka High School, Elliot Holloway, Danica Majeski, and Zoe Trafton. Congratulations to Sitka High School. And our 3rd finalist from West Anchorage High School, Armin Kardashian, Erica Santella, Vashavni Gornale, Heaven Gutierrez, and Mary Kim. Congratulations to West Anchorage High School. In 3rd place from Haynes High School, Isela Miramontes, Eli Williamson, Sally Chappelle, and Stella Ordonez. Congratulations to Haynes High School for 3rd place. In 2nd place in Reader's Theater, from Sitka High School, Ben Hedrick, Tava Guglieri, Zia Allen, and Felix Myers. Congratulations to all those from Sitka High School. And our 1st place overall champions in Reader's Theater from Kodiak High School, Arcacia Barbalis, Allie Hart, BJ Jones, Krista Simpler, and Marissa Abston. Congratulations to Kodiak for their 1st place showing in Reader's Theater. Now, I told you that you should fill up chat. I see you doing that. That's wonderful. That warms my heart. Part of the reason that we can't bring people up is because the Reader's Theater and the pantomime events were run as asynchronous events, which means that these students submitted their videos about a week back. Our judges viewed them over the course of the week, ranked them. We advanced some of those in Reader's Theater to final rounds, but it was all kind of done behind the scenes. So nobody really knew what was happening. So nobody knew who was in finals. So it was really hard to bring people up. From now on, we can actually start to see some people. So we're going to practice. We're going to practice with pantomime for how we're going to do this from now on. There were 2 competitors in pantomime, and both of those competitors automatically advanced to finals. What I would like both of those competitors to do is to raise their hands. You can do so at the bottom of your Zoom screen. There's a raise hand option. If you'll raise your hand, I can bring you to the front and we can actually see who you are. So pantomimers, can you raise your hands for me now? So Christian, I saw you raised your hand. I'm not sure why you did that. Christian, are you there with me? Oh, that's what's happening. Hello, pantomimers. They're getting their costumes and clothes on. That's terrific. Is there another pantomimer that's from West High School? Erica, are you with us? Okay, well, this isn't going to be the perfect dry run, but nonetheless, this will be a little bit of a dry run. Our pantomime results are as follows. In second place, from West Anchorage High School, Erica Santella. Congratulations to Erica. And as you can see, based upon their enthusiasm, our champions from Sitka High School are Danica Majestic and Zoe Trafton. Congratulations to them as well. Big round of applause for Zoe and Danica and Christian. We're gonna get this to work, folks, I promise, one way or the other. All right, now what I would like to do is to move on to our next grouping, and that's going to be our duet acting. So here's what I'd like you to do. If you are a finalist in duet acting, raise your hand and I will be able to promote you up to be a panelist so we can see your video. So if you are a finalist in duet acting, raise your hand right now and I'll start bringing you up onto stage. If you're a finalist in duet acting, now's your chance. We're getting these people together. You'll see me. Finalists in duet acting. All right, I think we've got them all. I'm going to try to set it up like this so we can see everyone simultaneously. Okay. All right, so this is not yet working exactly as I would like it to. I was hoping that we'd be able to see gallery view. And I'm going to try one more thing to see if I can't change it to gallery view.
It is in gallery view for us. We're good.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so I've just heard that it is in gallery view. That's terrific. So here's what I'm going to try to do. These are all your finalists for duet acting. So first of all, big round of applause to all of them. Huzzah and congratulations. Here's what I'd like to do. As each of the finalists are called in order, third, second, first, I would like us to give a big round of applause. And then if those people who just received that award would shut their video off, and then that will kind of increase the drama as we proceed till there's just one video screen left, and that will be our champion. So I'm going to get rid of myself so you're not staring at my ugly mug. You can look at the little scene of Alaska there. And instead you can focus on the wondrousness of all of our duet acting folks. So as I am doing this, the next thing that I would like you to do is, if you are a competitor in solo acting, I would like you to now raise your hand. If you're a competitor in solo acting, raise your hand now, because I will get to you in just a second. That's the equivalent of being on deck, and we'll get to you in just a second. If you're a finalist in solo acting, raise your hand. You'll be brought up next. For now, our duet acting finalists include in third place, From Thunder Mountain High School, Shaylin Newport and Rachel Wood. Congratulations to them. In second place, from Haynes High School, Hannah Boren and Eli Williamson. And your champions in 2021 from duet acting, from Mount Edgecombe High School, Fiona Rausch and Hayden Rausch. Congratulations, Fiona and Hayden. All right. So I am going to send you back to attendee status. I will bring all of our next group up. So these, again, coming up to the screen right now, will be our finalists in solo acting. So give me a second to bring them up. All right, I think we now have all of our finalists in solo acting. If you are one of those finalists, if you would light up your camera, that's the whole point. You got to light up your camera. You're supposed to be on here showing us who you are. Awesome. These are the finalists in solo acting, and as they are here, I would like all of the finalists in duo interpretation to make yourselves known by raising your hand. I'll get to you in just a second. Once again, duo interpretation, raise your hand. I'll get to you in just a second. But for now, we're going to recognize our finalists in solo acting. There were 7 finalists in solo acting. Again, as your award is recognized, please go ahead and mute your video. In 7th place, from Kodiak, Mary Grace Enriquez. Congratulations, Mary Grace. In 6th place, from West Anchorage High School, Armin Kardashian. Congratulations. In 5th place, from Kodiak, Marissa Abston. In 4th place, from Sitka High School, Zia Allen. In 3rd place, from Metlakatla High School, Mason Nelson. That leaves just 2. In 2nd place in solo acting, from Haynes High School, Stella Ordonez. And your champion in solo acting for 2021, from Mount Edgecombe High School, Marissa Crabtree. Congratulations, Marissa. All right, much appreciation and love to all of those folks. We're going to send them back to being attendees. We're going to move on to our next group. Appreciate your patience as we make these transitions. We're trying to make this as much like an actual award ceremony as possible. It seems only fair that we can give a little bit of time to make sure that we can recognize all these folks and get a chance to see their enthusiasm and excitement. Okay, I was looking for the finalists in duo interpretation. I believe we've got them taken care of here. I'm going to bring them up to the front now. All right, so I think Sitka, you need to turn your camera on so we can see your joy and enthusiasm. There's Sitka, fantastic, great. Glad you're here with us, Sitka. Before I announce the awards in duo interpretation, I would like the finalists in dramatic interpretation. Once again, the finalists in dramatic interpretation, please raise your hands now and I will bring you up next. Finalists in dramatic interpretation, go ahead and raise your hands now. In duo interpretation, 3 finalists. In third place, from Sitka High School, Sally Everson and Ben Hendrick. In second place, from Kodiak High School, Acacia Burbalis and Allie Hart. And your champions in duo interpretation of the 2021 Alaska State DDF Championships from Sitka High School, Addie Paulson and Darby Osborne. How terrific that we got a chance to see the champion duo interpretation piece perform for command performances. That was just terrific. So we've got the dramatic interpretation folks who are waiting in the wings. I'm going to get to you in just a second. Stay with me. All right, bringing you up now, folks. These are our finalists in dramatic interpretation that are coming up to the screen as we speak. All right, I think we've got all of them. It looks like there were a couple. Yep, excellent. I think we've got everyone here that we're looking for. So before I announce the order of the finalists and the champion, therefore, in dramatic interpretation, I'm going to ask those people in humorous interpretation to go ahead and raise your hands. Once again, humorous interpretation, if you're a finalist, please go ahead and raise your hand. I'll get to you as soon as we're done with dramatic interpretation. So dramatic interpretation in 6th place from Robert Service High School, Keegan Bevis. In 5th place from Kodiak High School, Acacia Burbalis. In 4th place from Homer High School, Eleanor Sweeney. And then there were 3. In 3rd place from Whitestone High School, Casey Seeger. In 2nd place from Kodiak High School, Marissa Abston. And your 2021 champion in dramatic interpretation from Robert Service High School, Emmeline Peterson. Congratulations, Emmeline. All right, you know what to do. I can see the chat filling up with more and more comments. That's fantastic. Keep them coming. I know that people love that. I'm going to send these panelists back to being attendees, and we will move on with our next event. These are your finalists in humorous interpretation. If I could ask all of them to turn their cameras on, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much for doing so. We're so happy to be able to see you all. And as they're doing that, if the rest of you who were finalists in informative speaking could raise your hands. Once again, finalists in informative speaking, please raise your hands. I will bring you up next. Finalists in informative speaking, please raise your hand. Humorous interpretation had 7 competitors in finals. In 7th place, from Eagle River High School, Ashley Midlow. In 6th place, from Haynes High School, Stella Ordonez. In 5th place, from Kodiak High School, Allie Hart. In 4th place, from East Anchorage High School, Hannah Green. Which leaves only 3. In 3rd place, from Haynes High School, Eli Williamson. In 2nd place, from Haynes High School, Hannah Boron. And our 2021 champion in humorous interpretation from Whitestone High School, Justin Greenleaf. Congratulations to all of our finalists. I am in the process now of bringing up our finalists in informative speaking. Give me just a second to do that. You should see them come up on screen here, one at a time. All right. These are your finalists, 7 of them. In informative speaking, if I could ask all of the finalists to turn their cameras on, I'd appreciate it. And we will recognize them in the order in which they placed. In 7th place, from Whitestone High School, Michael Haas. In 6th place, in informative speaking, from Thunder Mountain High School, Elizabeth Jajali. In 5th place, from Whitestone High School, Rowan Miller. In 4th place, from Sitka High School, Addie Paulson. Which leaves 3. In 3rd place, from Eagle River High School, Catherine Shute. In 2nd place, from West Anchorage High School, Lillian Young. And your 2021 champion in informative speaking from Thunder Mountain High School, Kylie Morris. We are sending all of those terrific folks back to the audience, and I will bring up our next batch in just a second.
Starting to pick up a bit of feedback.
All right, so something happened. Did I forget to ask the next group to be on deck? I did, didn't I? That's exactly what I forgot to do. So if you are a finalist in original oratory, now's your time to raise your hand. Finalists in original oratory. I'm so sorry, folks. You were doing so great, and I failed you. Original oratory finalists, raise your hand, and I will get you up on stage. If you were a finalist in original oratory, raise your hand. It's down there on the bottom of your Zoom control. Looks like we've got most of them. Anybody else that we're missing? All right, then. So as to not repeat the error I made last time, if you were a finalist in domestic extemp, you will be up next. So now is the time for you to raise your hand. Domestic extemp finalists, go ahead and raise your hand. You are on deck for the next set of awards. But right now, we're working through our original oratory awards. 5 finalists in original oratory this year. In 5th place from Whitestone High School, Kristen Miller. Congratulations. In 4th place from Bartlett High School, Sharon Jenkins. In 3rd place from Sitka High School, Tava Guillory. In 2nd place from Robert Service High School, Jasmine Turner. And having her very own personal award ceremony in the library with all her friends, your champion in original oratory in 2021 from Sitka High School, Darby Osborne. Make an appearance, Darby. Woo, congratulations. All right, I am in the process of bringing up our domestic extemp finalists. So domestic extemp is making their way up. All right, I think I have all of our finalists in domestic extemp now with me. So before I begin to recognize the domestic extemp speaking finalists, those who were finalists in foreign extemp, if you would go ahead and raise your hands now so I can be prepared to bring you up on stage next. Foreign extemp is next in the queue. But back to domestic extemp for the moment. 5 finalists in domestic extemporaneous speaking. I've got one person. I accidentally promoted somebody who should not have been promoted. So let me just excuse that person so they don't feel like they're awkwardly waiting around for doing nothing. All right, so our 5 finalists in order. In 5th place from West Anchorage High School, Emily Shem. In 4th place in domestic extemporaneous speaking from West Anchorage High School, Ben Brosnahan. In 3rd place from West Anchorage High School, Claire Moreland. In 2nd place, domestic extemporaneous speaking from Homer High School, Larry Dunn. And your top speaker for 2021 and the state champion in domestic extemporaneous speaking from South Anchorage High School, Grayson Shaw. Congratulations, Grayson. right. We are now looking for our foreign extemporaneous speaking finalists. I only see 2 hands raised. It could be because a lot of them came from the same school. Okay, there's a couple more. Foreign extemporaneous speaking finalists. If you were a finalist in foreign extemp, now's your chance to raise your hand and I will promote you to panelists so you can join us on screen. Okay, it looks like we might have gotten almost all of them. Ketchikan, I think you need to light your screen up for us. There we go. There's our Ketchikan folks. We had 6 finalists in foreign extemporaneous speaking. Before I tell you what the order of their awards is, I would like to alert the extemporaneous commentary finalists that you will be next. Please raise your hand now. ExtempCom finalists, please raise your hand and I will bring you on stage as soon as we're done recognizing our foreign extemporaneous speakers. In 6th place, from Ketchikan High School, Henry Clark. In 5th place, from Ketchikan High School, Braxton Zink. In 4th place, foreign extemporaneous speaking from West Anchorage High School, Lillian Young. In 3rd place, from South Anchorage High School, J.W. Zuzit. In 2nd place, in foreign extemporaneous speaking, from Robert Service High School, Jasmine Turner. And your top speaker in foreign extemporaneous speaking, the 2021 Alaska State Champion from Ketchikan High School, Bella Kershaw. My congratulations to all of those speakers. An outstanding performance, simply to make it to finals, but to be crowned state champion, truly impressive. We are moving on now to our extemporaneous commentary speakers. Once again, if you were a finalist, now's your chance to raise your hand in extemporaneous commentary, and I will bring you up on stage. I think that's all of them. These are our extemporaneous commentary finalists. And this is our last drama or forensic award that we're going to give today. So we'll be moving on to debate after this. We'll talk about what we're going to do in debate in just a second. But for now, let's take a moment to recognize our top speakers in extemporaneous commentary. There were 5 finalists in reverse order. 5th place goes to Thea Peterson from Homer High School. Our 4th place overall speaker in extemporaneous commentary from Haynes High School, Sally Chappelle. In 3rd place from Sitka High School, Logan Cluding. In 2nd place from Thunder Mountain High School, Kylie Morris. And your top speaker, the state champion in extemporaneous commentary for 2021 from Eagle River High School, Catherine Shute. Congratulations to Catherine and to all the finalists. At this point, we're going to turn our attention to our debate events. And we're going to do it a little bit differently. Since we're going to give speaker awards, acknowledge speaker awards first, and then we're going to acknowledge all of the teams and individuals in debate who qualified for the elimination rounds. So we're going to start with policy debate. So if I could ask the policy debate finalists to please raise your hand, and I will bring you to the stage when it's appropriate. But we're going to start by acknowledging the speaker awards in policy debate. We gave 4 speaker awards recognizing the top 4 speakers as individual contributors to their overall team success. Our 4th place overall speaker from Bartlett High School, Sharon Jenkins. Our 3rd place overall speaker in policy debate from Eagle River High School, Monica Fast. In 2nd place, speaker awards in policy debate, our 2nd place award goes to our debater from South Anchorage High School, David Bascom. And your top speaker in policy debate at the 2021 Alaska State DDF Championships from South Anchorage High School, Grayson Shaw. Congratulations to all of our policy debaters and their speaker award recognition. What I'm going to do now is bring our finalists to the stage so that we can appropriately recognize them. There we go, South Anchorage High School. If we could get you to turn your camera on, South Anchorage, we'd love to be able to celebrate with you. There we are, fantastic. South Anchorage High School ended up being co-champions in the policy debate division of the 2021 State DDF Championship. So we get to recognize 4 debaters from South Anchorage High School as co-champions in 2021. Those 4, as their teams, are Daniel McConnell and Ryan Bascom. Congratulations to them. And our other co-champions for 2021, going undefeated throughout the tournament, not losing a single round, an impressive accomplishment, Grayson Shaw and David Bascom. Congratulations, South Anchorage High School. Very nice work. Light up the chat with your appreciation for them. Show them you love them. We're going to move on now, and we're going to do our speaker awards in public forum. But what I would like you to do for public forum is, if you were a finalist in public forum, I'm sorry, not a finalist, if you advance to the elimination rounds in public forum debate, now is your time to raise your hand. So anyone from quarterfinals through semifinals through finals, if you were an elimination round participant in public forum debate, now is your time to raise your hand. I'll bring you up on stage as soon as I'm done with our speaker awards. We have 10 speaker awards for the individuals who contributed most to their team's success in public forum debate. In 10th place from Ketchikan High School, Evelyn Nutt. In 9th place from Ketchikan High School, Francis Sherman. Our 8th place overall speaker from Service High School, Avachi Levinson. In 7th place, speaker awards for public forum debate from West Anchorage High School, Vaishnavi Gornale. 6th place overall speaker from Ketchikan High School, Tristan Dahl. Our 5th place overall speaker from Ketchikan High School, Philip Smith. 4th place overall speaker from Ketchikan High School, Bella Kershaw. Our 3rd place overall speaker, and let me just pause to say this, public forum debate was the largest debate entry that we had. Dozens of teams entered, each of those teams composed of 2 people, which means that there were tens of people competing in public forum debate. To be ranked in the top 3 of all of those people is truly an impressive accomplishment. Our 3rd place overall speaker is from Sitka High School, Darby Osborne. Congratulations. 2nd place overall speaker from Thunder Mountain High School, Reese Bunton. And your top speaker in public forum debate 2021 from Ketchikan High School, Henry Clark. Congratulations to all of our top speakers in public forum debate. I've asked those who were involved in any way in the elimination rounds for public forum debate to raise your hand. If you were in the elimination rounds of public forum debate, now is your chance to raise your hand and join us on stage. Public forum debate elimination round participants. Last call for our public forum debate elimination round participants. We're going to go all the way through quarters, semis, and finals and recognize all of our teams Anybody else out there? All right. So I'll announce our quarterfinalists first. These are our non-advancing quarterfinalists. That means that they qualified to compete in the quarterfinal round, but were not selected to advance on to the semifinal round. There are 4 non-advancing quarterfinalist teams. Those 4 non-advancing quarterfinalist teams include Ketchikan High School's Braxton Zink and Eddie Gomez, Ketchikan High School's Philip Smith and Jocelyn Cannon. Quarterfinalists from Ketchikan High School, Jaden Stern and Lauren Olson. And our final non-advancing quarterfinalist team from Thunder Mountain High School, Izzy Hansen and Reese Bunton. Congratulations to all of our quarterfinalists. We continue to pair the field. Moving on now to our semifinalists. These are the teams that qualified for competition in the semifinal round but did not advance on to the final round. There are 2 of those teams. The first we'd like to recognize is from Ketchikan High School, Tristan Dahl and Ashley Unzunto. And our second semifinalist team from Robert Service High School, Keegan Bevis and Avachi Levison. Which leaves our final, a little bit of a pattern, I think. We crowned co-champions in policy debate. We're also going to crown co-champions in public forum debate. We are thrilled to recognize the 2021 co-champions in public forum debate at the Alaska School Activities Association Annual State Tournament, going undefeated throughout the tournament. From Ketchikan, Bella Kershaw and Henry Clark, and Evelyn Nutt and Francis Sherman. Congratulations to all 4 of these fine debaters for an outstanding showing and for sharing the championship between them as they bring it back home to Ketchikan High School. Light up the chat for them, tell them you love them, show them how much you appreciate them. Outstanding performances by those high schools for closing out the final rounds in their respective divisions. We're going to move on now to Lincoln Douglas debate. We don't have speaker awards in Lincoln Douglas debate because every Lincoln Douglas debater is their own speaker. So at this point, if you are a quarterfinalist, a semifinalist, or a finalist in Lincoln Douglas debate, now's your chance to raise your hand. I will bring you up on stage. Again, quarter, semis, and finalists in Lincoln Douglas debate, raise your hand, join us on stage, and we will acknowledge your accomplishments over the course of the weekend. All right, looks like we've got all of our quarterfinalists, semifinalists, and finalists in Lincoln Douglas debate. We are thrilled to begin by recognizing our quarterfinalists in Lincoln Douglas debate. There are 4 of them from Hutchison High School, Alexander Green. From South Anchorage High School, Adel Khan. Quarterfinalists from Homer High School, Zach Marley. And quarterfinalists from West Anchorage High School, Armin Kardashian. Congratulations to all of our quarterfinalists. 2 of those remaining on the screen moved on to our semifinal round and will receive semifinal honors. Those 2 are from Homer High School, Spencer Coe, and from Homer High School, Larry Dunn. Congratulations to Homer High School for their semifinalist honors. Which means that we have a 3rd co-championship in Lincoln Douglas debate. 3 divisions, 3 co-champions, 3 closeouts, and 1 school did it twice. We're particularly pleased to recognize as co-champions for the 2021 State DDF Championship from South Anchorage High School in Lincoln Douglas debate, Kelvin Urita and Reed Davidson. Congratulations to Kelvin and Reed. that is the end of our awards for all of our individual, partnered, and team-based competitive events, but we have a number of other awards to present today, including the big kahuna, our sweepstakes awards. But before we get to the sweepstakes awards, I want to do a couple of other important presentations. The first thing I want to do is to recognize our academic award recipients. This is the Princess Cruise Academic Award presented to the team with the highest GPA over the previous semester. This award recognizes not only excellence in competitive speech and debate, but excellence in academics that underlie that. We have 2 champions in Division 2 and Division 1 this year. In Division 2, with a cumulative GPA of 3.82, a mean GPA of 3.82 for their entire team, which is truly impressive. The 2021 Division 2 Academic Award goes to Mount Edgecombe Braves. Congratulations, Mount Edgecombe, a very impressive performance. And our Division 1 champions for the Academic Award with a mean GPA of 3.8. Thunder Mountain Falcons. Congratulations, Thunder Mountain. Our next 2 awards are particularly special awards. They're so special that I would like to invite some people up onto the stage to make these presentations. These are our Student of the Year and our Coach of the Year presentations. We're going to start with our Student of the Year presentations. And if I could ask David Mitchell to raise his hand, or whatever Zoom he's using, to raise his hand, because I'd like to ask David to make a presentation for the Student of the Year Award. David, are you with us? There we go. All right, David, if you can light up, there you go, fantastic. So David, as soon as you unmute yourself, people will be able to hear you. And you can feel free to make the presentation. Go for it.
All right. I hope you guys can hear me. If not, jump in there, Steve. But yes, thank you from all the other coaches. I can see the chat filling up. Thank you, Henry Clark, for being Student of the Year. It's been a long 4 years, and couldn't think of a better person to give this award to. And I appreciate all the other coaches in Southeast. Even last year, I remember a coach telling me that, you know, you should nominate Henry Clark for Student of the Year, mostly just because of how the other coaches and the other teams appreciated him being in every room, supporting all the other teams in Southeast, as well as our own team. And it's just been 4 years of Henry working hard every day. A lot of people see him today. Another student mentioned, Henry's just good at speaking. You know, he's just good at this, kind of as it comes naturally. But I will say he was a freshman at one point. And I don't remember him winning anything. And he did the key, though, and I knew he was going to be good because he worked really hard. And in fact, his parents set up a meeting, and they told me how concerned they were for Henry. And I wasn't really sure because his grades were good, everything seemed fine, but he was working too hard. He was staying up past midnight on weekends, working on his cases and speeches. And even though he continued to lose, he had a good attitude about it. He seemed to enjoy it. And I don't think that's changed in 4 years. He still works hard. He still enjoys what he's doing. And even whether he wins or loses, he has a good attitude. And congratulates the other teams and competitors. And I appreciate that more than anything about Henry, and think that's the main reason why he should be Student of the Year, is just his attitude, never complaining. This year, certainly an easy year to complain about all sorts of stuff and say, it's my senior year, we don't get to travel, etc. I never heard one complaint out of him. He just went and helped recruit a bunch of other competitors and got the team together, and has been an excellent captain the last 2 years, as somebody I can look to and ask questions to, and really, yeah, great example. Thank you. Great example of sportsmanship, and just be the captain that you kind of hope and expect, and somebody that the team respects, and the other competitors from throughout the region and state always appreciate having a conversation with. multiple coaches have came up over the years and said how much they enjoyed just talking with Henry and having him not just try to win, but try to learn about other people and other coaches and other events, including he watched Lincoln Douglas and policy and just kind of interested in learning. And I think that's a big thing in debate, is just learning and progressing as much as you can in 4 years. So I don't have anything else to teach him or coach him. He's heard all my advice. And I think he'll do great in the future, but I appreciate all the other coaches in Southeast coaching right along with him, helping him out as well. And throughout the state, all the support and judges and feedback he's got in 4 years that's made him truly an excellent DDF student. So I'm happy that he's able to win this award. Thank you.
Outstanding. Our congratulations, our most sincere congratulations to Henry. And thank you very much, David, for that thoughtful recognition of what Henry's brought to your team. We appreciate it. We are going to excuse David and Henry now, send them back to their roles as attendees. And I'm going to bring a couple of other people up. Jamie and Corrine, if you would raise your hands or raise your single hand collectively, I'm going to bring you up and let you talk a little bit about the Coach of the Year Award. And I will say this, before you guys get going, I am more than happy to bring the recipient up, but I'll leave it to you as to when you want to have that person identify themselves so they can join you on screen.
Okay, let me actually say one, so for those of you who don't know, I am Jamie Marks, and this is my wife, Corrine, and we coach at Thunder Mountain. And before we bring up the person that we would like to talk about, I would like to open with a quote that was shared with me by another coach. And this was an email from the winning coach. This is just one sentence in it. It has been such a strange year, but we should be thankful for it. It has made us realize what is important in life. Can we please bring up Kent Fielding? So Kent, we have all nominated and voted for you to be Coach of the Year. And even though it's not totally conventional, I brought this up because I think you may have seen it, but I'd like everybody to hear the words out loud from this nominating letter from Marcy Drake. The reason we're able to experience this state DDF tournament is largely due to Kent Fielding. As soon as COVID restrictions hit in March, Kent began actively working to ensure DDF in Alaska remained viable for the 2021 school year. He evaluated how national tournaments were being run virtually and considered creative ways to apply those principles to us. Early in the summer, Kent called the Rules Committee of the State DDF Coaches Association together to troubleshoot and set parameters for tournaments in the fall. Kent's experience at nationals in June allowed us to see the duo inter could be done split screen, and extemp and com draws could be handled virtually, and that debates could be engaging. He then set to work communicating with coaches throughout the state, as well as ASA officials. This creative thinking and clear communication allowed all DDF stakeholders to buy into this year of COVID DDF. Those two things are just like, they typify who Kent is. Last year, Corrine and I were nominated for, along with Ashley Snooks, for Coach of the Year. And I think it was largely due to sponsoring this state event, because many of us had already also been talking about how Kent has actually been a mentor, not only for us here in Juneau and in Southeast, but for the state of Alaska. I have never heard Kent be more concerned about his students or his program than he has been concerned about the students who do DDF in the state of Alaska and the programs in the state. So I personally would like to say thank you. I've only been coaching for a few years in DDF, and I know a number of other coaches feel the same way. My favorite thing about Kent is that his emotional stability, his intellectual abilities, his competence have helped guide us as a group in the state. And I'm just very thankful and honored to work with not only Kent, but people like you guys who are also Kents in your cities and your small communities. So thank you.
He covered it all.
Absolutely fitting tribute. Kent, could we impose upon you to say a couple of things to us?
Sure. Thank you, Jamie and Corinne. One thing I want to say before I actually thank people is tonight is Marcy Drake's retirement, and she's been coaching in Alaska for 16 or 17 years. So I would hope everyone say thank you to Marcy for all her years of service at Mount Edgecombe, and we will miss you. I've heard this said before a lot of times when coaches win this award, but I think this year it's really meaningful. I think all of us, every coach here actually deserves the Coach of the Year. I have been so proud of us as a group, how we've worked together, how we've supported each other, and how we've actually made this season happen for us and for our students, particularly for our students. It's been really amazing. I've learned more about, coaches as individuals this year than I've had before, because I've had to listen a lot closer, just because we're distance. And I do miss all of you. I mean, I miss seeing you in person, but it's been, I really mean it when I say I've been proud of how we've handled this situation. I've also been proud of our students and how our students have handled this situation. One of the great things that this year has allowed us to do is it's allowed Southeast to have meets where we had Whitestone at like almost all our meets. Lynn, we're going to miss you next year. I hope you find a way to get down to Southeast. And even Homer joined one of our meets, and that was pretty special for us because in Southeast we kind of get secluded. But I want to thank again Southeast coaches. It's been wonderful coaching with you. We work as a unit, I think, as a great unit of coaches. And thank you for this nomination. And congratulations, everybody, tonight. Thanks, Steve.
Absolutely awesome. Thank you, Kent, for everything that you've done and for well-earned honors on your part. I hope you stick around for a long time. We have just a few awards left, and they are the big ones. So I'm actually going to come back to you so I can actually talk to you like a human being would talk to you, because it's going to be a little bit hard for us to bring all of those up to the stage who really should be acknowledged for these, but trust that we are out there cheering for you, and we're very, very pleased with the accomplishments that you've mustered over the course of the semester, over the course of the year, and over the course of this tournament. So these are our sweepstakes awards. We give three smaller sweepstakes awards in drama, in forensics, and in debate. And then we give our overall sweepstakes award. So I'm going to do each of those in turn. We also give each to a Division II as well as a Division I school. So we're going to start with our drama sweepstakes awards in Division II. In third place, with 21 points collected over the course of the tournament, Mount Edgecombe. Our second place Division II school in drama sweepstakes for the 2021 championships with 22 points, Haynes High School. And your top school in the Division II category with 25 points in the drama category, Sitka High School. Congratulations to all three of those, to our state champion in drama sweepstakes in the Division II. Moving on to Division I. 3 spots to recognize in Division I for our drama sweepstakes. In third place with 5 points, Thunder Mountain High School. There were 2 schools that tied with 14 points in the drama category. The tiebreaker was determined by the school with the most state champions in the drama category. In second place, therefore, in Division I of Drama Sweepstakes, with 14 points, West Anchorage High School. And our champions in Division I Drama Sweepstakes, with 14 points, Kodiak High School. Congratulations to those fine programs. Moving on now to our forensics sweepstakes. We'll do the same thing, announce our Division II top finishing schools and our Division I top finishing schools in order. In Division II forensic sweepstakes, in third place with 16 points, Haynes High School. In second place with 17 points, Whitestone High School. And your first place school in Forensic Sweepstakes Division II with 36 points, Sitka High School. That brings us to our Division I Forensic Sweepstakes. In third place with 17 points, Thunder Mountain High School. Second place in Division I Forensic Sweepstakes with 19 points, West Anchorage High School. And your top Division I school in the Forensic Sweepstakes category with 24 points, Service High School. You guys can't hear it, but in my head, there's a whole lot of cheering right now. Lots and lots of cheering going on in my head right now. Maybe that's just me. No, it's happening across the state. Debate sweepstakes are next. Same approach. Division II debate sweepstakes. In third place with 9 points, a tie between Hutchison and Mount Edgecombe High School. Congratulations to both. In second place, Division II debate sweepstakes with 18 points, Sitka High School. And your top Division II school in debate sweepstakes with 31 points, Homer High School. Division I sweepstakes for debate. In third place with 11 points, Service High School. Second place in Division I debate sweepstakes with 41 points, Ketchikan High School. And your top Division I school in debate sweepstakes, closing out 2 divisions of debate with 69 total points over the course of the tournament, South Anchorage High School. Which leaves just one set of awards. Now, if you've been to awards before, when I'm doing sweepstakes awards, you know that I always pause at this point to recognize some really important people. And the really important people are not going to get the same level of love and encouragement and appreciation and frankly, adulation that they either deserve or that they would traditionally get if we were all together, probably in the auditorium at East Anchorage High School or some other place that's hosting us. So what I need you to do when I ask you to thank these people, if you are near them, I need you to give them as much love as you possibly can. Give them a pat on the back, give them a handshake, give them a hug, anything that you can do in whatever circumstances while remaining COVID safe, mind you. But I would like you all at this point, all the competitors, to give a gigantic thank you to all of your coaches for persisting and succeeding through all of the circumstances of this year that presented them professional challenges unlike anything they probably ever seen in their lifetimes. It is absolutely the foundation of this activity that you are willing to give your time and your attention so generously to your students. I appreciate you. I know your students appreciate you. I know that the chat is filling up right now with all kinds of messages of love and encouragement. Thank you so much, coaches, for everything you've done over the course of this year to make your students have this opportunity for their own success. With that then, the final awards of the day, our overall sweepstakes recognizing collective accomplishment on the part of the team and excellence across the entire squad for these particular schools. In Division II, in overall sweepstakes, in third place with 38 total points, Haynes High School. In second place, Division II overall sweepstakes with 42 total points, Homer High School. And our top school in Division II overall sweepstakes a combined total of 79 points across debate, drama, and forensic events. Sitka High School, congratulations. That takes us to Division 1. In third place, overall sweepstakes with 42 points, West Anchorage High School. In second place with 52 total points, Ketchikan High School. And your top Division 1 school in the 2021 Alaska State Drama Debate and Forensics Championships, based upon their accumulation of 83 total points, South Anchorage High School. Once again, my most sincere appreciation to everybody who made this possible, to all the coaches, to all of the judges, to all of the helpers, to Sean Briscoe, to John Schultz, to the Alaska School Activities Association, to First National Bank of Alaska, to Princess Cruises, to every entity that made it happen this weekend, despite the obstacles we faced. You're all champions in my eyes. Yes, that's cliche, but it's absolutely heartfelt. At this point, I'd usually ask you to travel safely going back home, but you're here. I'm on my couch. I'm not going anywhere, but I am so pleased that I had the chance to spend the weekend with you all. Be safe, be well, and enjoy the rest of the semester. And this time next year, we'll all be back together. Thanks, folks.